we're live. Hello, my name is Paul. I have a small YouTube channel called Logical Checkmate, and today with me here is Johnny Walker Dread and V Radio. So, Johnny, what would you introduce yourself?
Well, I'm Johnny Walker Dread out of Las Vegas, Oklahoma, and I have a YouTube channel where I have covered, I think I have 350 videos on Kyle Rittenhouse, and I cover like the legal aspects and the other aspects of the thing as well. So I do a lot of work on pretty much a broad range of everything that has to do with this trial.
Perfect. So, Neil, what about you, mate?
Hi, everybody. I am Neil Kiernan, also known as V Radio or VTV. For the longest time, I've been doing activist journalism since 2008. My political beliefs have kind of, morphed and changed over the times, but my main focus on my channel nowadays is trying to create a space where people who have different opinions can still get together and have reasonable and sensible conversations. And I feel that particularly there's too much disinformation and just outright lies being told due to the political polarization in our society. And as a consequence, that's what my work is mostly about right now. I don't get quite as much into the arguments about right versus left. It's about correct versus not, or honest versus dishonest, or things like that. So I did a documentary about Kyle Rittenhouse, and that the situation with Kyle Rittenhouse was one of the things that kind of brought me out of my brief. I don't want to call it a retirement. It was more like a hiatus because I took some time to spend focused more on my kids because they went into sports. But the Kyle Rittenhouse thing was kind of a catalyst for me to go, okay, this is crap. People are lying about this way too much. So that's what got me to poke my head back in. And that's what's going on now.
Okay, perfect. I just, if I may, I would like to first of all apologize. There was a wee bit of a confusion.
Yeah, that was my fault.
During the day, there was just some miscommunication, but it's all sorted out. So yeah, I hope it all works out. We are trying this first time ever. We are streaming to 3 different channels at the same time. So I don't know who's where watching. If you have some technical difficulties, please contact us through the chat, and we will try to sort them out. But I would like
before you begin a little bit too much further, we got joined in by Ripley, and we really have to get him on in the future at some point.
Yeah, I just wanted to address that because Leaf just posted a lovely comment. Hope everyone remembers to keep it polite. And then there's Ripley with this.
Right. Well, either way, we should probably mention just a little bit about our political kind of angles, because I think everybody assumes that we're a bunch of right-wing Trumpers, because after all, we're going to be pretty much supporting Kyle in most of everything that we're doing here. But
yes,
I know that you're not a liberal Trumper, or I'm sorry, not liberal Trumper, conservative Trumper, and neither is V Radio. And so, yeah.
Well, for me, that's one of the reasons I just got so sick of being accused of that I literally put a picture of my ballot with my vote for Bernie Sanders on it at the beginning of my documentary. And unfortunately, because we're so polarized, that made some people who might have learned something from my documentary go, well, I'm not going to listen to this. This guy voted for Bernie. They didn't understand the point. And my point was, no, I'm not a Trumper. I'm not a conservative. I came to these conclusions by this crazy idea of thinking for my damn self. And I only put that up there not to say, well, you should also vote for Bernie, but to say, look, somebody from this perspective who looked at this situation, as an independent free thinker came to this conclusion, period. And as a consequence of that, maybe if you are a leftist, you should rethink your position. And it had that benefit, but the thing is I've noticed that the Rittenhouse thing in particular is such a hot button issue that people are afraid, if they're on the left, to openly say that Rittenhouse is innocent.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that nobody gets called a fascist more than Paul. Logical Checkmate. Want to talk about that for a moment? Because I know that that's something that really burns you.
Fascist and Nazi, yes.
Oh yeah, you gotta forget. Yeah, I can't forget that.
Definitely. So my political views are, well, I'm by definition centrist. For me it works or it doesn't work. I don't have any ideology other than that. But with, for example, beliefs in let's say systems and like more complex ones, I tend to lean on the left of the political spectrum and like quite a lot. But ultimately, I simply view it that it needs to be mixed, because when you boil down left versus right to complete basics, left is we, right wing is I, and you simply cannot, in personal protection, you cannot go with the left wing approach, because otherwise you don't have the word personal there. You can have only communal protection, communal security. So that is why I am quite heavy pro-gun person, like even though I consider American system kind of bonkers, yeah. So yeah, but other than that, I have absolutely no political like horse or pony in the race in the United States, none at all.
Yeah, and I'm pretty much a conservative. I think most people know that. I'm not a Trumper, but I'm a lifetime member of the National Rifle Association. I'm a Patriot member. So you can see I can hang out on the conservative side, but no, Trump, not a fan.
Yeah, definitely. By the way, I would like to, first of all, also to both of you, I accidentally sent message in the name of all three of us directly from the studio. So I'm gonna have to open an independent window to open and like just.
Yeah, I saw that. It was like I was possessed.
Yeah, yeah, something like that. Yeah. By the way, also I would like to address that, because some people call me Nazi, fascist, and all of that. Yeah, guys, my people, my nation, and like that I love and like very much, almost got wiped from the face of the planet by Nazis. So yeah, like you calling me a Nazi, that's really personal, that really hurts, and I really don't appreciate it.
And by the way, he's from Czechoslovakia.
Well, technically speaking, yeah, I was born, you know, like when we were still glorious federation, you know.
Well, in addition to the fact that you actually have a concept of what a Nazi or fascist actually looks like, and there are people that are basically deluding themselves that they're fighting fascists, when I can't even think, aside from perhaps Charlottesville, I can't think of a time that like most of those anti-fascist, like Antifa types, have even fought real fascists in recent memory. Because now who's a fascist? Well, it's a soccer mom at the Wii Spa holding up a sign saying, you know, please don't expose your penis to my child. That's a fascist. You know, like just they it's so messed up because they have zero concept of what it is they're talking about. And now even moderate Republicans are fascists in their lives, you know, so it's just I really worry about the almost like the 1984 like level of just changing, you know, words to mean whatever suits us in the moment. And that's another one of the reasons I do the work I do, is to try to kind of call it out and go, no, sorry, that word doesn't mean what you think it does.
Definitely.
All
yeah,
right.
But if we can keep it on like on the topic, and I'm guessing our viewers would like to know, what do we think so far about the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse? How is it going and stuff like that? So, Johnny, since you are basically our legal expert, would you like to take the first crack at this question?
Okay, not a lawyer. Whatever you do, don't fight with the cops based on what I tell you. I am actually a little bit astonished at how weak the prosecution's case was. I thought they might come in with something a little stronger than this. They might have some aces up their sleeves. But part of it is they don't have a lot of evidence. And two, Boehner seems to just put his foot in his mouth a lot. And I'm telling you, I cannot imagine. And they're running out of time. They only have, two more days for their witnesses to get up there. And their two major witnesses, Balch and McGinnis, basically turned tail on them. So I just at this point would be starting to wonder, like, is there anything that they can produce at this point that could turn the tide? Gage Grosskreutz can't, because he can't speak to the whole thing with Joseph Rosenbaum. And I'm telling you, this is pretty bad. Boehner has not disappointed when it comes to his boneheaded moments, and he's created a longer list. I do have a list of videos on Thomas Claire Boehner's dumb mistakes, and he's adding to them all the time. He's actually, believe it or not, though, he's a better questioner than I gave him credit for. He's good at questioning. He's articulate. His problem is that one, he's asking questions for which he did not know the answer was coming back at him. And that's a cardinal sin in the legal world. You never ask a question unless you know what the person's going to say, if it's your witness. And, Ryan Balch especially has gutted him on that. Go ahead.
It's something that my viewers were asking, like, did he get depositions from any of these people before he put them on the stand? Because it doesn't seem like he's even aware of what they're going to say. Like that was really like my problem with it as it's been evolving. And I say this only as like somebody who, not because I'm on his side, but I'm more like just trying to like figure it out. Like, what are you doing? Like like other than the one thing, like the one attempt at making a move, it seemed like he did was in his opening statement, he tried to infer that Joseph Rosenbaum had fallen and then Kyle just shot him in the back. And I was like, okay, well, that's not going to go well. And then he was hoping he could twist something that McGinnis had said to prove that. Other than that, he's not even seeming to really be forming a narrative. Like, he doesn't seem to be telling us a story that leads to the conclusion that Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty. It seems so incoherent. And sometimes it's just like, it feels like a filibuster. Like he's just filling the air, like we're stalling.
Yeah, in one of my latest videos, I just got exasperated. Like, we're going to spend another 30 minutes following Ryan Balch around after the shootings. Well, I want to know, is Kyle guilty or not? Kyle's already turned himself in, or he's going home. There's nothing more to report on, and yet we're going to continue on with these questions and questions. And I think that is he trying to just murk things up? But I will say this about Binger. He is notorious for being underprepared for any kind of events. We have seen that so many times where the judge is saying, have you read the statute? And Binger turns to his computer and starts typing it in. So it seems like I think that he did not come in prepared in the right way. He came in with preparation in his mind of all the things the social things he was going to try to get across. But at some point, you have to be ready for your witnesses.
Yeah, and go ahead. You go first, Paul.
Yeah, my impression is that he's immensely incompetent when it comes to the legal, like to comical degree, where I believe that was on your channel, one of your viewers said that was wondering if the defense and that, like the prosecution switched notes.
Yeah, the defense is a little sluggish.
Yeah, like I mean, because he was making the points for defense plenty of times. He was asking. I was wondering why is he even asking, like certain questions that were leading to basically the witnesses to imply stuff that would make Kyle more innocent, if you would, and it was like to a degree bizarre, where actually it made me question for a bit if he was like as that was Bernusky that suggested that. If prosecutor the Thomas Binger is trying to basically just was dumped the case on him, and he was like, okay, I will do it, but whatever. But then I remembered all the shady stuff that he was doing throughout the last year, and I was like, maybe he's just incompetent, because I was wow.
I made a joke on one of my previous videos that as Binger talks, the defense crosses the stuff off of their little note sheet that they're going to, get on. It's like, well, there's no point in asking about that one. He's taking care of it for us. It's really strange. The only thing I could think of was he knows that this is going to come to light anyway. Maybe it's better if it surfaces from his questioning rather than from the defense. But the defense is going to come back on this, and now you're getting it twice. The jury gets to hear the fact that Rosenbaum threatened to kill Kyle Rittenhouse twice. One from when the prosecution asked about it, and another time when the defense asked about it. So yeah, I don't think I fully grasp his strategy at all.
Right.
It doesn't seem like there is one. That's the part that's bothering me. Is it's more just like, what the hell? Like, eh, it's like watching. Well, I guess that's where I was getting at, is that you want to try to assume that there's something coherent going on here, that there's some sort of plan. The thing is that every witness he's called up has not helped him at all. Like, we might have some idea of whether or not there was proper, like, say, a proper relationship between Kyle and the people at Car Source. Like, I guess we've talked about that a little bit. And by proper relationship, I mean that Wisconsin law says you can defend the rights or the property of a third party, but that's not really relevant to the actual self-defense part of the case. It's not. So it's like there's really nothing else. Like, he hasn't established anything over the course of any of this. Every witness that he's brought on, even during his examinations, has not been helpful to anything that he's trying to do. And I say that as somebody that's, I try to analyze the opposition so that I can understand where they're coming from, and I'm just coming up with nothing, because I'm just like, what are you doing? It's like, at this point, he's doing the equivalent of like, we're playing football and he's just running the ball back in the wrong direction.
Yeah, definitely. If we can move it now, Vibit, Neil, in your direction, because like as a journalist, I would like to ask you. First we have here a question from Bernuski. Did you guys see the Young Turks stealth retraction about the Wens? They hid it in a misleading title. I at least see that. I don't know if you guys did.
I don't know, because I'm not quite sure which one he's referring to. Of course, I totally slammed the Young Turks recently. I think you did too, V Radio.
Adam Friended, if you guys know who Adam Friended is, I've been on his stream a couple times. He recently just uploaded just a tiny little clip of just Anna Kasparian saying that I was wrong about this, and and facts are important and all that. That's really, I didn't get to watch the rest of it. Part of it is that the only time, I confess I rarely watch the Young Turks because it's hard to sit through, and I say that ironically as somebody who would be considered to be in the same political spectrum as them. They're so dishonest, and so, like, that's why the nickname Fox News for progressives is being passed around. And I don't mean that as a hit at conservatives. That's what's being said between the progressives about the Young Turks, because it's clear that they're just playing to a certain audience and demographic, and that, and that's the other thing I took from it, was that when you watch at first, it's like, I've been doing this a lot lately, try to translate the way that you see people interact and realize that what you're looking at is essentially like a live action role-playing game version of Twitter. Like, because that's what it is. They were spitting out the same stupid talking points that we argue with people on Twitter about all the time. Like, and that's when I was like, this is like a live action, like, adaptation of a Twitter conversation, and that I don't know if that speaks to the fact that our society is now changing as a consequence of social media, because it's not just about the Rittenhouse thing. Like, when Ben Shapiro debated somebody on Bill Maher, and I forget the other guy's name, but it was about critical race theory. It literally just looked like a Facebook argument, the way they were interacting with each other. But as far as back to like the Rittenhouse thing, I've seen some of the dial back, but I think it's because she was so grossly wrong that even MSNBC and CNN are not trying to spin it that way anymore. They did in the past. That's when we had the photograph of Gage Grosskreutz with his hands in the air, acting like he was surrendering, so that they could say, and then Kyle shot him anyway, but they've kind of dialed it back on that a bit, although they're still pushing it too hard. I will say this, there's a lot of weirdness about Lynn Wood's involvement, but if Lynn Wood was still involved in this case, Kyle Rittenhouse would be the new owner of the Young Turks. Like, because he's a defamation lawyer. That's what he does. So I hope Kyle Rittenhouse hires another defamation lawyer, because the media has been utterly dishonest about him this whole time.
Yes, absolutely. And I believe was it yesterday when you said that it seemed that Anna was incompetent, or at least going with the defense instead of a liar?
I now I'm starting to think that this is another analysis that Adam and Sitch put on theirs, was almost like she's so emotionally involved in the situation that she probably honestly misremembered what she was looking at, and probably hasn't really spent a lot of time analyzing it. Like, But that's the problem is that when you talk to these people that are so emotionally invested in their perspectives and tribally invested in their perspectives, the truth of the matter at that point is secondary. That's why I've used it too many times, but it's relevant here too. That's why I compare all of this stuff to we're playing a volleyball game in middle school, and the gym teacher called a point for our team, and we know the ball was out. We shouldn't have gotten that point, but we just don't say anything because we want to win. And then if somebody else tries to say, well, wait, that point, shut up, man, shut up. Like we want our point, we want to win, even though we know we didn't score that point. That's more or less how politics and the media has become. So it's like I think that she's only dialing it back now because it was so brazen that there's no way to twist that and make it okay. Like there was no way to twist that. Like when it came to, it's like if you remember, I did a thing about what happened at the Carmine's restaurant in New York. They reported that a group of conservative, right-wing, Trump-supporting people attacked a hostess over mask mandates, and they did this thing about they need to go to jail for at least a year. They need to be charged with serious crimes. And then come to find out, it was Black Lives Matter protesters who beat up that hostess and showed up the next day. Young Turks never did a retraction. They just never talked about it again. That it's like they just buried it because it was. And in order to find that clip now, you have to spend a little more time. Like they certainly don't share it anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, it's almost as if you guys, if my next video I put out was talking about the Molotov cocktail that was thrown at Kyle, you guys would be wondering like, what the hell, right? That's the way we get with the Young Turks. It's like, who could be this clueless about the facts this late?
Definitely. Well, I have actually kind of a dig, like into VBW Yanks, like in general. That's just my like honest observation from the outside, and simply put, like for those of you who do not know, I work in an industry where I talk and work with people from all over the world, so I can honestly start comparing who has what tendencies and stuff like that. And there's one specific that you Yanks have, and I don't know like why that is, but since someone needed to play tech support, my beer didn't get cold like before the start of the stream, and for that's to have the proper effect, I actually gonna need the beer. So if you two would talk a wee bit, like I'll be right back, because before the beer seriously doesn't work like it's supposed to be. So I'll be right back.
Okay then.
so Neil, I mean, of all the witnesses that have been up there so far, which one has been the most favorable to the prosecution?
Honestly, that's tough. We're just talking about different degrees of terrible at this point. I mean, I guess maybe Rosenbaum's girlfriend, because she cried for about 0.5 seconds. That's it. I just, there really hasn't been anybody that's been helpful. I will say one of the other angles on this is it's very clear that there are so many people that are concerned that they might be in a situation where they could end up going to jail for some part of what happened that night, that they're hesitant to tell the truth or to tell the whole truth, or like somebody, for example, exposed those Indian brothers, the guys who own the car source, like it seems now like they were playing some kind of a role, like they're trying to pretend that they don't speak English very well or whatever. Yeah. So somebody found a video of the two of them talking with perfect American accents with totally articulate English. Yeah. So it's like
the most recent video on that though.
What's that?
I make a point that their father, he told them, "Don't you dare put this family business at risk." You know it.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that they're in that situation, but it's a situation where now they have an incentive to not tell the truth, and someone else's life is on the line as a result of it. That's like, so for example, Kyle Rittenhouse's buddy, who gave him the AR-15, he was in a position where he couldn't necessarily, he's like, well, no, I never gave him the gun and I didn't know he had the gun. And then later he testifies, oh, well, yeah, well, he was with me. So, well, then you obviously did know he had the gun. Duh. You know, or one more I would bring up is that guy from the Marine Corps that was on there. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the Marine Corps by any stretch of the imagination, but it just, that's what I remember most about him was he was a Marine. I keep forgetting his name. I think it was like Jason Swarkowski or something weird like that.
Kowski.
But he was, you know, it was pretty clear to me, for example, that what I gathered out of it, because I had been trying to put things together and all of this going over this stuff over and over again has brought back to mind the place I was in when I was making that documentary, which is what Twitter was like, say, right after this stuff happened, was there were little clips, little tiny clips. And one of them was a guy firing a rifle, and it wasn't Kyle. And I went, wait a second, I think, you know, he looks a little familiar. And then, you know, then there's another clip of him looking at Kyle and saying what happened. And then Kyle says something to him. And then he's like, well, then go run to the police. Like, he literally tells him to do it. So what I kind of put together in my head, and I can't prove it, this is just like I guess like a forensic analysis or something based on the context. And I wish I could find those two clips. There's one more clip that would have been relevant, is that there was a small clip that was I want to say behind Gage Grosskreutz, where there was a gun being fired, and it sounded like the same gunshots that we hear later on after the second series of shootings, but from much closer, as if the person was standing 6 or 7 feet away from whomever was firing all those shots that we never got the answers for. And what I now believe, and it's just a working, I guess, fan theory, if we could call it that, is that this guy walked up to the car source after Kyle had fired. Kyle walks up to him and tells him what happened. And he's like, well, go run to the cops. He takes out his rifle and he fires it to try to distract the crowd. Like, he wasn't shooting it at people. He was just shooting it, which I think was them. And the funny thing also that kind of brought me to that conclusion was that shortly after that, when Gage Grosskreutz is being treated, he is there, and a few people went up and said, this is the shooter. And I'm like, well, what if they said that because they saw him shooting his rifle? You know, and so again, I can't prove any of it. And unfortunately, this is one of the reasons now why, if you find a clip of something that you think is important on Twitter, grab it right away, because you may never see it again. You know, and I wish I had those clips. My hard drive crashed. So at this point, I'm completely dependent on like what I pull back off of my own channel for my footage.
By the way, I think Ripley and Johnny Ringo make a mention of the blacking out. I don't get that. I mean, you black out means you're planting your face into the pavement. What happened?
Right. Well, and actually, I want to make one more point about that too. When he explained that, there were two things he did when he was testifying that led me to believe he was not telling the whole truth. The first of one was that he hesitated for a second, like when he said, "What did Kyle say to you?" I believe Binger said that. He said, "Well, he said oh, I'm not really sure what he said." Like, it literally, like he was about to say, well, Kyle said he shot someone. You know, and then he suddenly went, I don't recall what he said. And then he goes into, I don't remember exactly what happened, but I heard gunshots behind me. And that's when I was like, wait a second. Because I would like, you know, after watching way too much footage of this stuff, I kind of have like a movie of it in my head, you know, and I'm like, no, there was nobody firing gunshots behind you, buddy. And that's when I'm like, that's actually what started the whole process in my head of, wait a minute, what if he's the one who fired the gunshots? And it just, I mean, I don't think he did anything malicious. I think he was trying to prevent the crowd from having an idea who the shooter was, you know, but it doesn't change the fact that now he has a motive to not tell the whole truth, because he doesn't want to tell everybody that he fired an AR-15 in a neighborhood. He doesn't want to tell everybody that he covered for the shooter. He doesn't, you know, he has a vested interest to not tell the whole truth either, but I do think he is motivated by trying to cover for Kyle too. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. But the defense, I believe, you know, like basically covered this base, you know, by asking him a question. Was it, you know, like something along the lines, you know, like, is it possible that Kyle told you that he shot someone instead of didn't shoot didn't shoot anyone or something like that, right? And like they were asking him something along those lines, and he was like, "Oh yeah, it's possible." I believe that was the case. Because like he hesitated when Binger was examining him, when Binger was talking to him, but when the defense lawyer, I think it was Roberts, or the other one, I forgot his name. When he was talking to him, then I believe they covered this space. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, I think that's possible.
Yeah. About that blacking out. Actually, now that can happen in there are instances where people in extreme cases of stress and adrenaline. I'm not saying that did happen, because I find his testimony also a wee bit fishy, but it happens, to people that they lose memory basically and stuff like that. They don't know where they were, and suddenly they are somewhere else. It does happen sometimes.
By the way, I think it was,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, you first. I talked for a bit.
No, because I was going to change the subject, so I'd like you to.
So was I. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think somebody else, and I think it was maybe Bernusky, mentioned that the police officer was maybe the best witness for the prosecution, but there's two of them. The one was incompetent beyond belief. The one who did the swabbing.
Right.
I mean, well, actually, I should back up. It wasn't necessarily his incompetence. It was the incompetence of not only the police department, but the prosecution. Okay, so I was astounded that they handed him a rifle for which the grabbing of the barrel was an important part of the investigation, and he swabbed everything but that. And they asked him, well, did you know anything about the case? No. So what did you swab? Well, I swab what I normally swab, the trigger, because you normally are trying to find out who was in possession of the rifle or the gun. So he did the normal things. Can't blame him for that. So why didn't the police tell him, hey, this is an important part of a criminal investigation where we're primarily interested about if the one of the witnesses has managed to grab a hold of the rifle. Then, after you learn more about the trial, why didn't you go back in and swab it? Now you know, hell, man, that the muzzle is important. He didn't. But what's really wild was that the prosecution didn't make him do it.
Right. Well, yeah, and in addition to that, well, I don't know. I kind of watched that, and I was
they're the one, but
go ahead.
Well, it's their burden of proof, so they need to collect the evidence for Kyle's guilt, but they didn't swab, and then they bring up as their own witnesses the people involved in the DNA collection. So if the DNA collection was important to your case to where you're going to make these witnesses your witnesses, why didn't you order them to swab the barrel?
That was definitely a sign of what the hell are they doing? In addition to the fact
it got worse.
Well, yeah. It's it's a nothing burger anyway. Everybody has video of him grabbing the damn rifle.
Well, I think it's Rosenbaum. That's the kind of the interesting one. But here's the thing: the defense gets up there and says to the officer, "Did the prosecution ever ask you to swab the barrel?" And he said no. As he's walking back, the prosecution asked, "Did the defense ask you to do it?" Dude, the burden of proof is on you, asshole, not them. Why would they? I'm on the defense. I'm sure as hell not going to order a DNA test.
It was definitely an act of desperation. They might be able to prove that Rosenbaum never actually made contact with the gun, but McGinnis already said that Kyle moved his gun out of the way. That's already been covered. So that's one of the reasons why you just look at it and you're watching it. And again, even if you're trying to steel man the position of the prosecution, I can't fathom it. It just doesn't make any sense. What are you trying to do? It doesn't. It's just a useless waste of time, And it's just the whole thing is so frustrating to watch, and it's part of honestly the hardest part of me streaming this trial. Because my supporters wanted me to stream it, and I will continue streaming it, and I'm glad I'm watching it, but. It's like an endurance test of putting up with watching Binger just do completely irrelevant things. That's not good for him or for us being the people who are watching it. that's why it felt like, is he stalling? Like you try to come up with some rational explanation, and the only explanation I could come up with aside from him stalling is just like he's not very bright and he doesn't grasp that what he's doing isn't helping, but
Yeah, I feel like he's the student who has 1 page of content for a 20-page assignment. And we're just gonna, and as the sun sets upon the west, we embark on a journey. He's like, oh God. Yeah. I mean, it's just like he's just buying up our time.
Yeah, definitely. If I may, because like my beard is actually getting like warmer and like here, so I would like to I would like to get back to the what I said earlier, and there is something peculiar like about Americans and like the way how you speak or rather disagree with each other. And I honestly didn't see it in any other nation. These are, by the way, averages. Yeah, I'm not saying that everybody possesses this and or nothing like that, but it's definitely I would say negative attribute definitely when it comes to civil discourse. And by the way, just guys, every single nation has negative attributes. Germans cannot improvise, when they get outside of rules and regulations, they are lost. Polish people, for example, view rules, laws, and safety regulations rather as obstacles. You know what I mean? We Czechs, we have, for example, a way too warm a relationship, too casual, like alcoholism. That reminds me, by the way, cheers.
Hammer the point home.
Yeah. And you guys, I don't know why that is, but when there's a significant enough point, you simply, even when you find out you're wrong, you will just stubbornly dig your heels to the ground and will not move an inch. You will never admit that you're wrong. Tell me if this sounds familiar, by the way. I think that even if it's like a self-inflicted delusion, or maybe like a purposely I don't want to be humiliated or something like that, because what I also notice is that you guys apologize when there's a honest mistake, when for example there's a guess. I was, for example, I have plenty of examples, yeah, but I was, for example, playing a game with this young I believe he was 14 or something like that, and there was a guess, and it could have been 50-50, or he could be right, I could be right. Turned out I was right, and he was like, oh, I'm sorry. And I'm like, why do you apologize? I was wrong. Yeah, okay. Because for us, to be wrong is completely normal. We say, oh, okay, whatever. But he felt the need to apologize, and I specifically asked him, and how do you have it when it's something significant, something important? And he full on said, yeah, I'm standing my ground, I'm basically attacking, you, whatever it takes to basically, be right. And I have an just insane example. On one of the dashcam channels that I used to watch, there was an accident from Poland where police officers were turning left onto a forest road, which is technically considered off-road. It's not as a road. And there was a driver that was overtaking a column of trucks. They pulled in front of him, they crashed. By our laws and regulations here, it is on the police officers. They even admitted that. And there were some Yanks saying, oh yeah, the driver of the car is absolute idiot, blah blah blah, he's overtaking a column of vehicles, which is again completely legal, completely normal here. I was like, hey guys, no, that's normal here, that's fine. And here it came, I started to be accused of being stupid, of not even having driving license and stuff like. I was like, why? Where did it came from? And I'm telling you, I never witnessed anything like this talking with any other nation. And I'm talking with people from all continents constantly, working with Bangladeshis, with Ethiopians, with Dutch people, with Danish people, with Japanese, Chinese, all over the place. And I've never seen something like that. And it's a bit specific to you. And I know that I might lose some subscribers, Oops, but guys, that's just how I see it, So,
well, I mean, keep in mind that as you go around the country here, the people change quite a bit. You know, for example, here in Oklahoma, people are extraordinarily polite.
Yeah.
You go to the Northeast. I actually used to sell merchandise online, and I refused to ship to the Northeast. I just got fed up with it. Yeah, Boston, New York, no sales to the Northeast.
It's definitely true that the cultures within the United States are very different values, different traditions.
Okay.
You know, but I can understand though why somebody outside of it wouldn't get that. But I do believe that what you're talking about at this point is a relatively new phenomenon. I feel brought on in many cases by the polarization of our politics. At this point, it's all, if I'm wrong about something, you know, you have to remember. Okay, so like even just among YouTubers, like there's basically a blood sport going on where people are debate bros. Like there are YouTubers who have their whole career set up around I debated this person and I crushed them. You know,
okay.
so like personalities like Destiny or Vosh, for example, you know, like they go around doing that, and it's almost like a, you know, it's not really a blood sport, but you get my idea is that they make it a competition, and then they're fighting because at that point, if they look like they were wrong at some point, then it hurts their social credit within the system. But I did have if you're done with that, I had another point about the Rittenhouse case. If you're
definitely.
So another thing that came up that I'm interested in is the story that got cut off when they had Ryan Balch on the stand. Was he started describing that he was getting shot at by somebody and he had to duck behind a car, and the judge was like, "Was this later?" And they're like, "Yeah." And they said, "Okay, well, we're not going to talk about that." Like, not like they were trying to censor him, but just that it wasn't relevant. But to me, I'm like, whoa, what the hell is that about? Like, he said somebody in a white car just shot at him.
Just when it gets interesting for a change, you guys cut it off. What the hell is up with that? You know?
Yeah.
But we did get to go and look at the plastic bag again.
Right.
Is that not the biggest straw man argument I've seen in like the last year? Like, let's talk about the plastic bag. Who cares about the plastic bag? It's not relevant. Nobody is saying that Kyle shot Rosenbaum over that plastic bag.
Well, I would say that it has certain relevancy because it demonstrates, like from Kyle's perspective, it demonstrates intent of Mr. Rosenbaum. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not sure he even saw it though.
I actually looked at it in the slow-mo a few times, and he definitely, he either got a glimpse of it or when Jojo was, basically winding up and chugging it,
Right.
Yeah.
I do plan on trying to invite Ryan Balch on my show at some point, since he does give interviews, and see what the hell happened with him getting shot at by whatever. Like he said, it was like somebody in a white car.
Yeah. That is really kind of strange. He can get, in my opinion, be a little bit conspirational. Some of his stories seem to be a little bit. Well, the whole thing about the police officer, he at first in his interviews, he made it much stronger that the police had sort of like given orders that, hey, we're going to shove these people down there. You're going to take care of them. On the stand, he seemed to back away from that a little bit. So I think he tends to like exaggerate a bunch, but that's hard to exaggerate. I mean, a car is either filled with bullet holes or not, but we didn't hear anything about it.
Well, and then there was one of the streamers, I want to say it was somebody who was on the other side of the cars at the car source when the shooting went on. And I'm pretty confident it wasn't Mersado Media. I'm pretty confident it was the Rundown. But he said that like somebody saw a truck with people in the back of it with guns shooting at people. And I'm like, but where the hell did that come from? And I was like, did that ever get followed up on? That's why there's so many weird questions that have never been answered about what was going on at that time. And some of it could just be like, essentially manufactured urban legend, because that was the same guy. A guy walked up to him to tell him that there was a shooting down the street. And he's the one who started the rumor saying that Kyle just opened fire randomly into the crowd. Like that's where that started from, was that guy just like a guy telling a streamer that. But this is another funny thing that I forgot. Same stream, right before Kyle Rittenhouse is like literally, actually, Kyle Rittenhouse is running from Rosenbaum. And this guy says, I'm getting reports of a shooting, guys. like as in the same streamer says that he's getting that in his chat that there was already a shooting, and then literally seconds later, the Kyle Rittenhouse thing happens, like as in the first shooting. And it's like, what shooting? What is he talking about? Who would say that? Because like he's standing right next to it. So there's no way there was just a delay. So what is the other shooting he's talking about? Or is it just something people made up? It's hard to tell. It's like if you sit in those live streams, it's just people, talking. You don't know if you can verify anything they say.
They always say that witnesses, they're I would say the accuracy of their statements is vastly overrated. We're seeing it. It's truly amazing that you can get a bunch of people looking at an event and come up with so many different versions of what happened. And we saw that with the Michael Brown case, where they had to do an investigation and they found out that most of the witnesses were just making stuff up.
Right.
Or just simply misled. What happens was they were hearing it from others, and then they made it a first-person deal where they somehow witnessed it when they were nowhere near the location. So, yeah, witness testimony is just really, really bad. Thank God we have video on this one, because if we didn't have video, Kyle is going to prison.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. If I may, could we move it a wee bit to the two brothers' testimony? Like the comic.
Sure.
Really, because
I just posted a video on it.
Yeah, we had here basically a question from Duncan Donitz. I hope I read it right. Can we take a moment to remember how awful the summer was? Every night, another community burning, thousands of small businesses destroyed, and the media ignoring it for ideological reasons. Yeah, I absolutely, agree with what Mr. Donitz said. The thing, what absolutely infuriated me about the brothers basically even taking a stand, that Binger, balls on fucking Binger. He doesn't persecute basically any arsonist, any rioter and stuff like that. And he brings these guys to a situation where he knows they can implicate themselves in some crime, or basically open themselves to civil litigations and stuff like that. It's just, what a piece of shit that dude is, honestly. Because
he'll do anything at this point.
Yeah, talk about justice, because they will now get even more shit out of it. You know what I mean? They lost so much, and they will probably lose more in the civil litigations that will be coming their way, quite possibly as a result of this shit that they needed to go through on the stand.
What I found really surprising about their testimony was the one, I think it was it Sal? No, I think it was Sam, who said, who was asked, did you have insurance on it? Well, first of all, that's not relevant. I'm sorry. The fact that they may have had insurance on these cars.
And we have a cutout. Hello.
Cars used, but whatever the case. And he said, yeah, of course. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. You filed suit against your insurance company because they were not paying out. And now you're making it look like, oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, really?
Well, and I don't know if you guys watched my documentary, Insurrection, Hindsight is Always 2020. I literally have a clip of that guy telling the media that his insurance would not cover it because it was listed as domestic terrorism. And so I'm like, wait a second, what is this guy saying? I don't, the thing that's messed up about watching those two being cross-examined is that it reminds me of the reason why cops talk to people separately. And it's because of the fact that they want to be sure that you're not just sitting in the same room, making sure your story lines up. If you're going to lie, they want to catch you at it. That's one of the, for example, during the 9/11 commission, Dick Cheney and George Bush refused to be interviewed unless they were in the same room, which is usually what are you guys doing? And I'm not going down the conspiracy theory hole, aside from just the fact that that's questionable. And there's a reason why we separate people and talk to them separately, is because if for some reason they have, an inconsistent story, then that shows you that something is up. And it was very clear those guys were trying their best to have a consistent story and failing.
Yeah, we will have to talk, by the way, about the FBI conspiracy thing too. On a final note, let's see here. What the hell was I going to say about that? I was going to say something, follow up on what you were talking about, and I lost my stream of thought. How about you, Paul? Do you have anything you want to throw in here? Well, I think about what I was saying.
Yeah, just like the testimony was, the first one was truly hilarious, and I mean, it is so obvious, like, at least to me, that the second brother full on lied on the stand, but I fully understand that, and I don't blame him, to be honest.
Now I remember. It was actually brought up by somebody on the super chat, but I can't quite remember who it was. But you're talking about a bunch of managers of a multi-million-dollar company. They know money, they know inventory, and they couldn't answer even the most basic questions. Bullshit.
Right.
I mean, they scratched and crawled to get that business built. They know every dollar that they make and spend. And yeah, so that was kind of ridiculous. Hey, would you like to move on to the FBI conspiracy thing? Because I think that's really, really interesting.
Yeah, well, so wait, the FBI claims, I missed this. FBI claims that the full video was destroyed.
Yeah, apparently the FBI, and I haven't investigated this much. Although, if you're in the chat and you have looked into this, give us some information about it, because what I understand is that the defense knows about higher resolution coverage of the actual thing, and the FBI claims it was destroyed, or they can't find it, or something happened to it. Do I have that right, Neil? Have you paid any attention to this?
Yeah, just that they kind of said, "Oops, we don't have it," and I'm like, "Yeah, sure you don't." But it just, you have to remember that the way, because that's actually what got revealed about this, was that they were sitting on information and just not telling anybody. Because so why are we only seeing this footage now? Like, why did it take that long for it to get out? And I remember the defense was kind of grumbly about it when he was talking about it, but in the pretrial hearings, it was like, yeah, you didn't really get us that very quickly or whatever. In the long term, I feel like the FBI is probably not being forthcoming because they don't want us to know just how much they watch protests. They don't want us to know the methods we use to detect.
Fucking Christ.
What's wrong?
We had we had a bot in the chat, I a few times accidentally clicked on him, yeah. So yeah, he's blocked.
I'm still trying to figure out what kind of vehicle was doing this, because Binger said fixed wing aircraft. That doesn't sound like a drone or a helicopter. And yeah, when you look at the
fixed-wing aircraft that was hovering.
Yeah, I mean, like,
which is
do we have
possible.
a Hawker Harrier doing this?
F-35 or I forgot the Russian one, and that can do it too.
Well, I tell you though, the FBI drone footage, I would almost be, and I know that the judge can't say anything, but if I'm the judge, I'm really pissed. At one point, he made a deal during motions hearings that this drone footage was going to show blankety blank, and it doesn't. And I'm telling you that Binger is not in good relationship with the judge, and nothing he has done has helped it any. But that FBI drone footage was a big dud. I was astounded at how weak it was. I thought it would be a little bit better than this. I mean, sure, still not necessarily conveying the message that the prosecution was telling us, but this was 90 miles away from what was reality here, what they were telling us.
Right. No, it's way, way far away, because it didn't. He described that it was supposed to show us that Kyle Rittenhouse was chasing Joseph Rosenbaum. Unfortunately, we don't have access to what went on, because during the period when they were talking to the FBI agent, they wouldn't let us have video. You can read articles, because there were still members of the press present where they say what was said, but I get the feeling that the likelihood is that whatever examination and cross-examination about what was in that thermal imaging or whatever probably didn't go very well either. because it didn't really lead anywhere. And when you watch that footage, it only confirms that Joseph Rosenbaum accelerated, ducked behind some cars, and then waited for Kyle to walk by, and then ran up behind him and started chasing him. It literally does not help the prosecution at all. I don't know, like, again, it's sometimes you wonder if it's like there just is not really much to do with this case. Like, if you're the prosecutor of this case, how would you go about it? There isn't, if you look at all the evidence really hard, I don't know what strategy you would do.
Plea deal. Look, okay, we'll get you on the curfew and the minor in possession charge. Deal? That's what I would be doing. I'd try to get something out of it, because at this point, I don't know. I mean, obviously the proper response is I just wouldn't pick up this case. I would just look at it and say, I'm going to burn up a lot of taxpayer money here. And we're going to put a lot of people under enormous strain, and I'm not going to be able to get a conviction out of this. But he does have his faith in his propaganda tactics. He believes that he's going to pull this thing off by simply through fear or what. And who knows? I mean, maybe he could do it, but nothing I've seen so far is helping him.
Guys, just a technical issue we have in our stream, 18 plus bot that is spamming messages. If you could check your each individual's live stream and block him there as well. I believe I blocked him, but he keeps sometimes popping up. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I deleted his messages on my channel. I apologize to the audience. That is simply the nature of YouTube. We do not have any control over that.
I'm a little lost here. What do you want me to do, Paul?
He's making sure that there isn't a spam bot spamming bad stuff in your chat.
Yeah, if you can open the live stream in another window and on your channel, and there's a bot that is spamming 18 plus content. Basically what's the for viruses and stuff like that. So yeah, again, we apologize to the audience. That is simply the nature of this business, and we cannot do anything about that. So what I found immensely disgusting about the FBI footage is that it was not used to basically track down any of the rioters / arsonists. You have $50 million in damages, and okay, yeah, sure. I bet if I would be you, I would be pretty pissed, because that's where your tax dollars go. You know what I mean? And how is it being used? And what benefit do you have it from that? You know what I mean? Actually, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know how much of this the county has to foot, because if the county has to foot the bill for this, your taxes are going up pretty high in Kenosha County. This is getting expensive.
Yeah, I wonder, because this whole trial is going to cost a bunch of money for literally nothing, and I don't know what. I mean, what the back? That does kind of bring me to my next point, is the backlash. I have a feeling we'll probably. I mean, we may see more riots just because they're not going to get the outcome they want. And I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned that may in some way pressure people to try to prosecute him in a manner that isn't fair, specifically because they think they're going to avoid riots. As we saw with the James Scurlock, I think it was the kid who got killed in Omaha, literally trying to choke a guy who had a gun. He was cleared on self-defense. They decided not to charge him initially. And then later, because the mob demanded it, they went ahead and charged him anyway. And then he was found having committed suicide, I put in quotes, outside a hospital shortly after they decided to charge him. But, that's what I'd be concerned about, is what is the aftermath going to be of all this?
Definitely. If I may, we have here Bobby Lee. Lol, he thinks a prosecutor cares about wasting tax dollars. No, I don't believe that, but I believe that the people should care about that and choose wisely when there's next DA election or any other election that is basically concerning around that. Yeah,
but but you got to also think about the overall tax hit. This is not the only trial. They got Crystal Kaiser coming up. That's going to cost a bundle. They have the dude who went into the tavern and shot 6 people, killing 3 of them. And then you have the nut job that went in there, raped his, I have to be kind of careful, sexually assaulted his young minor cousin, and then chopped up the parents when they tried to stop him. They've got 4 major homicide cases all at once. This is the murder capital of the world, as far as I could tell.
Was that all in Kenosha?
That's it. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. I didn't even know about that.
Yeah. Kyle, his crimes are probably the least of all of them.
Jesus Christ.
So it's just crazy how much. If you guys want to watch an interesting on my channel, I have the dude that killed his parents. You have got to watch that just to believe about how maniacal he was. He carried a machete with him because he was going to go sexually assault his minor cousin in case his parents tried to interrupt him. So,
Jesus.
yeah, tried. And by the way, his daughter witnessed the whole thing. So,
right. Just Bernowski saying that that's not all in Kenosha. If you could, write clarification and like an
I think it's Kenosha County.
Okay. Yeah. Burn, sure, feel free, to write clarification or specification, and I believe Johnny can take a crack at it. By the way, you guys are okay with moving to another topic, kind of?
Sure.
Moving it a wee bit. We kind of didn't finish the media circus around this, and what I find incredible is just how they fan the flames, because even now, a lot of people still believe that Kyle either, Kyle is guilty, he straight up murdered someone, you know what I mean? And I'm simply afraid of what it will do long term, not necessarily. You are afraid of riots. I'm not that much afraid of riots in Kenosha if Kyle is found innocent, because, well, that's the city that is saying, hey, you riot here, you will get shot, and we will find that person, innocent, you know what I mean? So not much afraid of that, but in long term, it just sow the seeds of hate so deep, because there will be plenty of, for example, black guys, black young people that will be he's white and he get away with murder, and they, to for example degree, also believe that he was there to kill black people, which is absolute bullshit, but they still believe that. So I just wonder, with all of this shit, there will be a lot of spilled blood, but I don't know, how do you hold them accountable for that, at all? Somehow, how do you do anything?
Are you referring to the riots, or
No,
to the media basically doing all of this shit? Because I don't
you
think
can't hold them accountable.
Well, after we got rid of, there was a couple of key issues, and I was talking about this on a different stream. But first of all, when we undid the fairness doctrine, it wasn't necessary anymore for the media to present equal time for 2 different points of view. And then there was a lawsuit where somebody sued Fox News, and the end result of said lawsuit was that these companies are not actually obligated to tell the truth. So the only thing that has come out in favor of putting the media in their place would be lawsuits like Lynn Wood's lawsuit on the behalf of the kids who were wearing Make America Great Again hats, who were accused of being racist. And they were
Sanmancas.
Yeah, I think so. It was one of Lynn Wood's cases, and he was able to get a crazy amount of money out of the media for doing that.
Yeah.
I think that that's really going to be the only thing that's going to do it. Is it needs to hit the bottom line of the media enough that they just stop doing it. I'm willing to bet you that's probably one of the only reasons the Young Turks backtracked, is because they went so far off the deep end, and it wasn't just Anna. It was, Cenk Uygur just openly calls him a murderer, as if it's already a foregone conclusion that he is a murderer. He's absolutely guilty, and then he went on to say stuff like, what are we going to do with these right wingers? We can't engage with them. We can't talk to them. So I think that there needs to be a change in incentives is what it comes down to, or the media is just not going to stop. And I think the only way that's going to happen is if it's going to end up coming down to civil cases. People are going to have to sue them until they cut it out.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
I view it that they are maybe testing the water. This is just I don't have any basis, like to it's just a theory. Yeah, I think they are testing the waters, like, hey, what can we get away with, and then apply it to more serious things. You know what I mean? More important things. So yeah.
Yeah, in this case here, the Milwaukee Sentinel Journal is going to be a part of the target too for any future lawsuits because they've been pretty bad from day one. Calling a kid a dropout, especially when you have it on a FAQ, like one of those true false things. Hey, you might want to find out first if he has not enrolled in another school before you call him a dropout. Usually that's a good idea. But nowadays with journalism, as I said, it's the candy store of university's curriculum. And this is why.
Neil, by the way, like as a journalist, could I ask you? You've been definitely taught, like journalistic ethics and stuff like that. Like, could you tell us a percentage of how at least something, if they follow at least something when they cover the Rittenhouse case, for example, the Young Turks?
There isn't any journalistic ethics are a thing of the past. There was a time in the United States where you competed to be the most reliable, most accurate, having the best scoop on a topic. That's just not true anymore.
Shit.
Yeah,
okay, well, that explains a lot.
Nobody cares about that anymore because now.
Oh my god.
It's like I said about the comparison I made when I think it was when I had Lynn Wood on my show too, is that the media now is about as real as the WWE is real wrestling. There is a thing called real wrestling. It exists, but the WWE is not it. And the thing is it's different flavors of that, though, because there's a different flavor of WWE for Fox News than there is for, say, MSNBC or the Young Turks. Nobody cares about the truth anymore. They want to have their worldview reinforced. You remember what you brought up earlier about Americans being too sensitive about anything challenging their worldview. So if you couple that with the fact that our social media algorithms have been found, meaning Facebook algorithms and such, to literally be exploiting that for profit, which is that they discovered that what will keep you on your phone or on your computer longer is either things that make you angry or things that make you, or that reaffirm what you already felt. And so that is going on. So it reinforces a culture where people have like no tolerance. That's one of the reasons why I tell my viewers, if you're watching my channel, not only do I want you to not automatically agree with me, I want you to do your homework and expose yourself to some people that maybe you don't 100% agree with. Like, I watch Ben Shapiro. I don't agree with him about economic stuff, but I do agree with him usually about social justice stuff. I think he's got their number. And I'm not bringing that up to debate that in so much as just use this as an example of somebody that I don't agree with all the time, but I'm exposing myself to him on purpose. And it also makes you better at, if you want to be able to articulate your point of view to other people, if you've tested yourself in that way. The thing is now is we're being, the left is outright being told, don't do this. Don't even give people a platform. Don't listen to anybody else. Don't, and the right, is justifiably mistrustful of the other side because the left is lying all the time. That's their new MO. And it's not to say the right has never lied. Like, that's another thing that I've been having like serious anger about is, like, for example, George Bush is suddenly cool. And I'm like, when the hell did that happen? Like, after all the lies about Iraq and all that, so I guess that I hope that answers your question. Is just that the idea of telling the truth as being good news is over. Outside of the kind of people who are going to listen to our channels, it's over. And that's why I would make one more point. If you ever watch, say, Crystal Ball and Sagar and Jati, they're now on Breaking Points. They broke off to do their own YouTube channel specifically because they were sick of this. What were you going to say, Johnny?
No, go ahead. Finish off your...
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, if you want to see decent news, you need to shop around. And Crystal is a progressive-style Democrat, and Sagar is a populist, like, cares about people Republican. And then they both give their views on the news. and they don't always agree, but you do find that they have a lot more in common than you might expect. And that's something that they don't want people in the United States to realize. In reality, real people are not actually as different as you might be led to believe.
Yes.
So I had a question for you. If you go into a kid's bedroom and you see a poster on the wall, is it more likely to be a WWE wrestler or a Greco-Roman wrestler?
Well, as somebody whose kids are involved, I can tell you that unfortunately most people don't even pay attention to real wrestling anymore.
That's right.
But there was a time, that's the funny thing, is what professional wrestling evolved out of. There was a time when being a wrestler was like being a boxer. You could be a professional, you could make money at it, you could, there were world championships that were actually contested. For example, Abraham Lincoln was a catch-as-catch-can wrestler. That's what it was called. And then eventually they realized, because really advanced grappling can look very boring to people who don't understand it, and matches can literally go on for hours if you don't put a time limit on it, that they decided, well, why don't we start doing more theatrical stuff? And that, ironically, I also think is what happened to the news, is that eventually then, well, why don't we do some more theatrical stuff? Because that's more interesting. And that's what happened to wrestling, as far as real professional wrestling, too.
Right. I think that real news just doesn't sell.
Right.
Yeah. Definitely. If I may, we have actually. By the way, replay. I cannot find your original comment, but you said that every time we, like I say in my country, like we take that's a drinking game, so I need to take a sip. So yeah, in my country, like we have actually for news for media, we have like a ethics regulatory body. And they full on, like come in and, like when someone does really bad that breaches the ethics, like they smack them over the fingers. And you might think that it would be, for example, abused by the government. They are, I believe they are funded by law, what I mean, that they are fixed, like by law, by some percentage of something, I don't know. So they are out of reach of government like this. And just, like as an example, I mentioned it when I was speaking with Bernusky. There was a pro-gun advocate when there was a debate like in the society on basically straightening our pro-gun laws, and our state television is for some reason very, very woke. I don't know why. Simply the personal is that woke. It has nothing to do with who was put in by for example, the ministers and stuff like that. But anyway. He came to the show under the belief that he will be discussing the topic pros and cons of gun ownership in society, and they basically played a trick on him that they told him the politician is coming late and that he should just go, and he was like, no, okay, I'll stay, but they shoot shoot him basically off the stage. And then the politician came, and because he heard all his points and stuff like that, he could make a counter arguments clearly. And our regulatory body literally came in, smacked the people on the television and over the fingers, and said, "Hey, not okay. That is not okay that you did that. You need to publish public basically apology or retraction and basically, oh yeah, we did wrong." And basically you cannot never do that again, or someone is losing a job. So yeah, just a different culture difference, because I know that you guys are very proud of your unlimited freedom of speech, but I would say it has also some downsides.
Let me give you the worst one. I think that the worst example, and I even said this in one of my videos, was this recent news about the Kyle defense team wanting to claim that he was hunting in Kenosha that night. I cannot imagine anything more damaging to Kyle's case than that blatant falsehood. It actually drove the narrative for a long time. I still see it. But where in the hell were the ethics there? Obviously, somebody had not been watching the actual trial motions very carefully, because they were saying just the opposite.
Did you see the headline that brought up that the defense opens its case by saying, the N-word, like as in the headline and the article literally just insinuated that Kyle's lawyer is racist, even though he was literally just quoting Joseph Rosenbaum.
Yeah.
Okay, I take it back. You win, Neil. The whole thing with the hunting thing was not the worst. That's horrible. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Well, I would add also the one where the Kyle's lawyers were literally saying he was not hunting in Kenosha, and what the fuck, like the news ran with, you know what I mean? The defense, attorneys are using the hunting laws and stuff like that, and how that spiraled out of control. Holy shit! Wow.
Okay, yeah, that was bad.
Yeah. Definitely, because to this day, people still, like who will watch like this? What I hate about this is that you give every citizen gives trust in media, and because hey, I don't have fucking time to, for example, as a regular person, to watch the whole proceeding. You know what I mean? I don't know what happens. I trust you that you will fairly and unbiasedly inform me. Well, what do they do with that? Like they use it like as a toilet paper, literally your trust. And I'm sorry, every single person, no matter your political leanings, should be absolutely like in the fits, and the most blatant example of it is, for example, the Young Turks video that I made the movie trailer out of, because
right.
I literally needed to reverse the flow of time to make what Anna said to make at least somewhat of a sense. It was like ridiculous.
But you're right in that people don't have the time to watch the proceedings. A lot of them work like me, right? And so what do? They come home and they turn on the television and they go on their computer and they're just wanting updates. What happened in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial? Well, he said what? And that's what's happening. So then they get on Twitter, right? Do you realize that Kyle was hunting in Kenosha that night? Well, and 90% of these people never watch the proceedings at all. And it would be easy for me to come in after I get off work and punch out 3 videos by going by what people are saying. I just can't do that. I need to watch the damn thing, and so I get all my facts right. I've kind of blown it a few times, but for the most part, I don't put out videos until I have done, I think, a pretty reasonable investigation first.
Absolutely. If I may just, quickly before we let Neil speak, Sergey just saying completely unrestricted freedom of speech. I'm definitely for freedom of speech, like altogether, all the power. I'm just saying there should be some ethics regulations on the media, what they basically can say and stuff like that, so they cannot lie. So yeah, just that.
I wanted to quote like one of the guys in my chat. He said that he brought up that the Farrage's doctrine is dead, and that's correct. What's interesting is that they don't want more regulations of the media in that way, but now they want regulations of social media. So it's definitely true that social media is part of the problem, but it's also part of the solution. I think it's easy for people, for example, who haven't been alive long enough to remember what it was like. But before social media, look at what the presidential elections used to be like. I mean, I don't know what they were like in the Czech Republic, but with us, people only voted for candidates who got into the debates. Who got into the debates? Well, whoever the media decided to put in the debates. People had no input in that. So a guy like Ron Paul never would even gotten on the stage. Dennis Kucinich never would have gotten on the stage. Senator Gravel never would have gotten on the stage and would not have lasted. That's the other thing. Not just that, would not have been relevant past the point when they were not in the debates. They would have just vanished into thin air. And it's the same thing. Things are definitely changing because Bernie, if he had ran in 2008, would have gotten the same treatment. But there's so much about our discourse that has changed, both good and bad, because of the internet. I mean, aside from just the fact that we're having this conversation and we have an audience, and even though it's not as big as some people's audiences, but it's certainly, bigger than you could fit, in any one of our houses. That's an ability that never existed before. And what I think is going to happen is that now, that's why some of us actually believe that it was weird. So this Facebook whistleblower comes forward and she's getting before Congress and she's getting all this attention and people are acting like it's news. And I'm like, there were whistleblowers about this a couple years ago. Like, I was like, this isn't news. Why are we suddenly talking about this now? And it's leading in a direction of a narrative of, well, we need more censorship of social media. We need more censorship of disinformation on social media. That's the direction that they're taking us. We need to protect you from social media, which is why I use that meme that you guys have seen in my video of literally Nazis throwing books into a fire. And the meme says, censoring social media in the name of protecting people from quote unquote dangerous ideas and, you know, in the name of national security, because that's the direction they're taking it. They now want to convince us that a free internet is too dangerous. And I do believe that we should be able to counteract disinformation, but that's going to come through educating people to critically think and analyze what they're looking at. It's not going to be about asking the government to make the decision, because the government is owned by the wealthy oligarchs who create all of this. Like it's and that's the other thing. You can't, it's not even just an issue that can be solved with private versus government either. That was one of the things I told the leftists when they censored Trump. They were okay with it because they don't like Trump. And they would say things to me like, well, private companies are allowed to censor anybody they want. And I'm like, wait a second here. So you guys are leftists and you're totally fine with Jeff Bezos and, you know, Zuckerberg and people like that making decisions about who gets to talk and who doesn't? Like, are you guys all nuts? Like, you know, it's like, what do you, it's okay if the super wealthy decide who gets to talk, you know, and then what you finally get them to say, you know, is like you press them on it. And I think we talked about this actually during one of our previous streams. You know, when it comes down to it, they do want the government to censor, you know, anybody who's not woke. You know, their current excuse was to say that private companies should be allowed to do it. But if the government came out and said, we are no longer going to allow anybody defined as problematic to speak, they'd be just fine with that. It's a slippery slope.
Yeah, you know what I miss are the days when you had the. Go ahead.
If I might, Neil, you were kind of cutting off. You know, like I don't know if I think it was your internet connection. And like I don't know if you have maybe something in background running or.
No, I don't.
Else's. Okay.
No, it's not okay.
Okay, on my end then. Sorry.
Well, what I miss is the mainstream journalist who takes a deep dive and follows something for a very long time, thoroughly, you know, researching every aspect. We used to have that. You know, there would be somebody working for the Washington Post, and, you know, there's some famous examples, right? And they sort of made it their living to know the ins and outs of everything about a particular event, a topic. Now it's social media that's taken over. The mainstream people have become the gossipers, right? And, you know, so now, I mean, for example, my followers, you know, they know more about the Kyle Rittenhouse case than any mainstream journalist.
Yes.
And that's, you know, I mean, I will put, like, for example, Ripley, I'll put him up against anybody. You drag out anybody from the New York Post. What do we have now? Paige Williams from the New Yorker. She's the one that done the deep dive. And what did she do? She just absolutely biased the entire thing. Horrible.
That's a good point, though.
reporting.
Can you imagine what the Kyle Rittenhouse situation would be like if we didn't have social media?
Oh, and I was just going to say that. If we had just the mainstream media that we have now, with no social media to form.
My documentary wouldn't even exist.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I may, we have here, you know, like something new. I haven't seen anything. Raymond is saying state case is very weak. When I saw Anna Kasparian stated Kyle is not guilty today. I haven't seen it. I don't know. You know, like so.
Wait, what?
If we could get
some clarification. How about somebody else confirm that?
I'll actually search for the video. You know, if you guys could, in the meantime, VB talk, and yeah, I'll search for it. So you guys do some talking.
Wow, if that is true, there's going to be some people jumping off ledges.
Well, I don't see anything on Google.
Yeah, but
Was it during their live show, like, or because I don't see any clip, so.
Yeah, it might have been on a live stream.
Yeah. Okay. So could we get a verification on
Check
this, please?
Twitter. See, Twitter usually is pretty fast at getting stuff up, even if it's not necessarily accurate.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Thanks, Brian. Guys, if you check the Twitter, like I would actually like to address the audience, since we have, fairly sizable. Just a few minutes before we had a wonderful number, 69 viewers. Nice. But as of now, I will make it a bit smaller. As Neil said, kind of the media and the ethics are now dead, but I would like to basically solemnly swear on the Czech beer, and if anyone knows me, that it's really commitment, that I will never lie to you, like on my channel, or never mislead you, and I will definitely uphold at least some journalistic ethics. I'm a fucking amateur. I never was taught them, but yeah, I will do my best to uphold them. And if I just may, I've beaten actually Neil to uncovering who was the first shooter by I think 2 weeks. Not by now, but I was like, that's this guy. And just want to tell you, it took me 3 weeks. 1 week for research, where I was like fact checking everything. One week to make it, because it was my first video and I'm not that talented when it comes to this. And 3rd week, I was sitting on that information and thinking, should I publish it? Because despite me being 98% sure, I still was like, holy shit, I could be ruining a life for innocent man. So yeah, if you are satisfied with this, I would ask you to subscribe to my channel. And yes, sorry Neil and Johnny Walker Dread that I am using you for shameless plug, but yeah, I'm doing
it's not any different. I already tell them to subscribe to you all the time, bro.
So, yeah.
By the way, I did check a little bit on the Kasparian thing. I think that he was referring to, or she was referring to her statement that she was wrong about who was chasing who.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if she actually came out and said that Kyle is innocent. I would have a hard time believing that. I don't think she's going to give up on his guilt thing, no matter what she sees.
Here we have, like, check out Adam's friend's channel. That's your field. Neil, do you know about
Check out Adam Friended's channel. He has the clip.
Oh yeah, Adam Friended has the clip of Anna just saying that she was wrong about the footage. Yeah. She doesn't say that he's necessarily innocent yet, at least in the clip that Adam Friended provided.
But here's my problem: if you're so that far off on the basic facts, then how certain can you be that he's guilty?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said in my the movie trailer, The Tale of Kyle, like the poster, or you can see as my background. Like I stated, they either lied or they are absolutely incompetent. There is no other feasible option. That it's simply impossible. And to be honest, Anna lied. I'm sorry. That is because she said and I quote: the first video literally shows Kyle Rittenhouse chasing a protester into a parking lot. I mean, what the fuck? Like Jake can have the defense that he's completely, incompetent, because he said there is, as of now, no evidence that anyone pointed a gun at him. You know what I mean?
Well, where did she get it, though? She didn't get it. She got it from John Huber.
I will go this, because she said, there's a video, therefore implying that she's seen, or saying that she's seen it. You know what I mean? That's a direct lie. I'm sorry.
She knows that there's video. She knows that there's John Huber making a claim, so she just put the two together.
No, okay then. Still,
she didn't. I don't know if she said that she saw the video. She said there's video, right? So she's just trusting that John Huber is being honest. I really do think that she just heard a clip from John Huber and then just took it for gospel.
Right. Thank you, Ringo, by the way. Right. So, could we kind of transition and to or at least I would like to make a point that why Kyle Rittenhouse case is one, well, as Neil says, it trial of the century, with which I quite possibly agree, and that is simple. For over a year now, right? everything's on camera, everything's public knowledge, everything's out there. Yet your country literally cannot agree what happened. Like the most basic things. And I basically coined the term that it is basically a test for your country, like how to deal with tough, like tough topics or like not just in like criminal cases, but for example, question how will you fucking solve climate change when you cannot like agree on what happened here? Like for example, like how you will tackle that, like basically that topic. So I basically said that it is a test for your country, which your country is, I'm sorry, as of now failing. I don't see it in like any other way.
Well, and that was actually a very insightful point you made in that. And I think that that's one of the reasons why I do what I do on my channel, which is that I don't focus so much on right versus left stuff. I have my views. I'm honest about what they are in the instance of disclosure, but I don't try to push that because we can't even have good conversations anymore. How the hell can we function? That's why I think I said it with Johnny when we were talking earlier, when we were like, on the pre-stream, I said, I'm not just worried about like, okay, healthcare versus no healthcare or abortion versus no abortion. At this point, I'm worried about civilization versus no civilization. If we can't have, if we can't have like real conversations wherein we use real information to come to real conclusions, how the hell can we function at all as a society? Like that's where we run into a problem, because it becomes mass psychosis. It becomes madness, and what evolves out of that? Nothing good. Those are the circumstances in which things like, say, if you studied what happened during the Salem witch trials, it was mass psychosis. It was like a huge group of people who were completely out of touch with reality. Where does that lead you? Well, it leads to atrocities and horrific, horrible things that look inhuman. That's to me is the biggest threat to our society right now. That's why I identified that one part of the whole issue of what happened to Brett Weinstein, for example, at the college, was that at one point he's being talked to because basically Brett Weinstein, was a guy who was being witch hunted at a college, being called racist, and it was a situation where a student looked at him and yelled at him, literally screamed at him, and said, "You need to stop demanding that we use logic and reason." Like, to me, that's enormously bad. And that's why I said, one more point. Yuri Bezmenov, the Soviet KGB defector who came to our country in the 80s to warn us, said that a society that has been successfully demoralized through the efforts that the KGB uses to do to a nation, a society that has been demoralized, it doesn't even matter how much real information you've been exposed to. You will not be able to process it. You will not be able to come to rational conclusions anymore. And that's what I see happening. And that's what I'm trying to fight against.
Yeah. If I may, Johnny, before let you, and basically comment on that, we have here Mr. Bolton, and he's interested in the trial itself. And if I may, the important recap, because true, we have
it advertised it as a Kyle Rittenhouse.
We are talking the bigger picture, but okay, you want just the update on the trial, and as we mentioned before, not everyone has the time to follow the trial. So, if I could give the most important information that I so far took from the trial, and definitely feel because Neil, for example, you watched the trial far more than I, because I unfortunately was working a lot, so I couldn't. But we as far as we know, what Kyle did that night was that he was actually hired, because it is pointing that way, where. To defend the property, or at least to be asked to be there. There is people saying otherwise, but their testimony was basically disproven.
Well, has it though? I mean, it hasn't been disproven.
No,
I mean,
have you seen the second testimony of that brother? You know what I mean? Like, what the jury will think? You know what I mean? The defense lawyer was literally, so you lied under oath, right? And well, he was like,
sure, I just want to make sure we're using the term disproven accurately here, because
okay,
I mean, it seems to be highly unlikely that those guys had access to the interiors of those shops, unless those things were unlocked for them.
Okay, fair enough.
But just proven maybe a little strong.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse quite possibly was hired to be guarding a property. He was walking around offering medical aid. He was confronted by a lunatic, Mr. Rosenbaum, and his, and also Kyle's group. And Mr. Rosenbaum, was seen, throughout the night setting fires, etc., throwing stuff at people, trying to get into fights. And he was also bipolar, just released from a mental hospital. And he said to Kyle's group, and potentially even to Kyle himself, that if he's gonna catch some of them motherfuckers alone, he's gonna kill them. Well, Kyle then ran to basically another property to apparently take out a fire that was in a pickup, because it was clear from FBI drone footage there was a fire inside of that pickup.
Was that the white spot that was shown
inside of that? Yes.
And that would explain why Kyle ran straight ahead while Rosenbaum peeled off.
Yes. Another thing, I'll get to that more, but the significant thing is that what Kyle has seen was Mr. Zeminski and his wife, and also Mr. Rosenbaum, they did not set the fire, because they were walking towards that car. Kyle seen them and ran towards them. He had no reason to suspect they were, let's say, the arsonists, and therefore his action of trying to put out the fire would provoke them, because they were just walking there for quite a while. So Kyle runs to that car. Mr. Rosenbaum before peeled off, quite possibly setting an ambush. That is my conclusion. However, he then came back. Mr. Zeminski and his wife converged on Kyle. He took off running, and then Mr. Zeminski fired the first shot. Everything on video, So
let me ask you guys a question. Ryan Balch has gone on and claimed that Kyle Rittenhouse was threatened by Rosenbaum earlier in the evening. How believable is he to the jury?
I would say quite a lot, to be honest, because the way how he answered the questions.
Sorry, I was banning a bot. Can you repeat your question?
How believable is Ryan Balch's, if you're a jury member, how believable is Ryan Balch's claim that Joseph Rosenbaum threatened to kill him earlier in the evening, or threatened to kill Kyle?
I'll be right back.
I think he has drawn some scrutiny to himself, because it's clear that he's not 100% on everything he said. I'm not sure what to make of that, but it does sound like something he would say, so that puts you in a position where you're like, okay, well, maybe he's telling the truth. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I mean, given the proof beyond reasonable doubt bar that we have set, the fact that he may have fibbed about his name to a reporter later, I just don't think that that's enough for a jury member to say, well, we just got to throw what he said out. He made the claim. It's the prosecution's own witness made the claim. If you require proof beyond reasonable doubt, how can you dismiss it?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I'm not sure what'll come of that, but the problem is
that not reasonable doubt?
Well, yeah. Well, in addition to that, though, like every one of these witnesses, other than perhaps McGinnis, have been kind of shifty. I mean, and that's excluding just the experts. I think the experts are just doing their jobs, like the cops and stuff like that. Haven't had any problem with any of their testimony. Although that is a relevant point I'd like to bring up when we're done with this, is that we've learned more also about what happened when Kyle tried to turn himself into that police car. Let me know when we're ready to move on.
Yeah. But right now, of course, the contentious part of this trial is really the Rosenbaum deal. We all know what happened as far as the chase goes. I mean, there's some motives that we might investigate. Did Gage Grosskreutz really want to kill Kyle? There's that. But what happened there with Rosenbaum is obviously critical, because if the prosecution loses that, the dominoes fall.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's got to win that. Although, if the jury comes back and says, not guilty on the Joseph Rosenbaum, but we're going to call him guilty for everything else. That would be wild. That would be wild. But stranger things have happened. But
hello.
What's that?
We have here Michael P. Do any of you live here in Kenosha? I do, and I was also downtown protecting property. I heard shots and saw the people chasing him.
Wow.
Mate, would you be interested in, like coming on? You have your photo and your name, we would. I don't know how you guys, but I would like to hear what he has to say. If there's anything to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Michael P, if you are willing, I can actually share the invite.
Yeah, I saw him and he was shouting "Sig Heil" as he was running down the street. And we were like, "Yeah, okay, Michael, we're just gonna."
So that. Yeah, so Matt, if you are willing to come and talk to us, it's fine. If you are just okay with writing in the chat, that's fine too. Whatever, no pressure. So yeah, sorry that I interrupted you guys. I do apologize.
No, it's fine. I was gonna say that another thing that came out of the trial that was when they talked to the cops that were sitting in that car. Was Kyle walks up to them, and now we learned that they pulled their gun on him and they pepper sprayed him. And that's the reason why Kyle couldn't turn himself in to the people in that cop car, is that they didn't even take a moment to listen to what he said. They were worried that they were going to get shot. So it's not that Kyle didn't try to turn himself into the police. He walked up to them, tried to talk to them, got told to get away from the car, got a gun pulled on him, and then got pepper sprayed. And then it's like, okay, fine, I'm leaving.
I thought that was really, really strange. What angered me, and I have a video, I think I either posted it or I'm coming out with one, was this cop saying, well, he may have had his hands up, but most of the time when they actually do that, they get to roll around on the ground in front of us. So we didn't really think he was giving up. Are you kidding me? What the hell kind of justification is that? People don't get on their knees and then lay down prone on the ground unless you got a gun on them and you're ordering them to do it.
Right.
He was sitting there going, that's what they usually do. They usually get on. Hey, you know what? I am not going to, if I am giving myself up to the police, I am not going to lay down prone on the ground. No way. Not unless if you want to shoot me, I'll do it. Yeah, okay. I'll do anything at the point. But I'm not just going to sit there and lay prone on the ground. The hell. And the idea somehow that people just normally do this. So what he's saying is, well, he may have looked like he was giving himself, but he wasn't really. It's just, yeah, okay, sure.
Well, nobody gets on their damn knees unless that's part of the process, but the police order you to do that. Yeah. Nobody just automatically does that when they're turning themselves into the police. They acted like it was just common parlance that this is what you do. Putting your hands up, that's kind of commonly universally accepted. But I'm going to get down on my knees and put my hands behind my head? No, nobody's taught that.
But also notice when the cop was talking about his hand, he had his hands down like this, like it was like really low. But if you look at the video footage, it's higher. So he was downplaying everything. I just thought that was really angry. I was kind of surprised, and maybe some people can tell me in the chat whether there's a legal reason for this or not. But if I was the defense, I'm putting that sheriff up there, and I'm asking him as to why all of a sudden, when you see a body on the ground, you guys get the courage to go in and take care of a situation when mere gunshots didn't. You guys heard gunshots all night, and you wouldn't even venture into that area. Why? But all of a sudden, when you see somebody hit the ground, you get this courage. Where'd that come from? And I would put that sheriff up there, and I would have that jury thinking, well, you low law enforcement bastards caused all this. You can't blame Kyle. He went in there because you guys wouldn't.
Yeah, definitely. And there's one more thing that why they should get him on basically.
I don't know if you meant to do this, but you shared that link to the stream thing on my chat as me. So if you were trying to share that with him, I don't know
because
where
I
he
don't
is.
know whose chat he was, so I shared it on all three of ours.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I wanted to say, the sheriff should definitely be there for another reason, and it is just Kyle's PR. Because if he would, for example, the sheriff would say, "Oh yeah, the mayor ordered us to stay back and basically let this all happen," that he would kind of shift the PR. He would shift from Kyle to this sheriff, at least to a degree.
But I have a response to that. And this actually occurred at the Evergreen State, so you'd be interested in this, Neil. That police chief made that same comment about the president ordering her to stand down. She couldn't do anything. You took an oath. You took an oath to protect the city. That oath is stronger than some orders from the freaking mayor. If you see crimes afoot, you see people being hurt, you don't give a damn about what the mayor wants. You took an oath of office to go in there, oath of office, whatever, oath of service to go in there and take care of that situation, and you didn't do it.
Yeah, and if I may here for a second, because we have a wee bit of a fight in one of our chats, and here I will stand by Neil Might. I believe that it was Mr. Bolton complaining that we don't talk to his liking about the case. So first I want to again reiterate, this is like the bigger picture around it, and the second one, dude, like Neil here, the V radio, he was covering the whole fucking week that shit, and he has injuries, problem with his spine, and he was in quite a lot of to say discomfort or even pain throughout the week, just to fucking bring that information to you. So if you want full on summary, please say so, and we will summarize something. But if you just complain, mate, we don't know what the fuck you want.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's not worry about it. I think Anders brought up an interesting point, and I'm sorry, I didn't want to be curt like that, but you have a lot of people in the chat, and not everybody's going to be happy. You can't please all the people all the time. But Anders brought up an interesting point about Kyle adjusting his rifle. I think, and that might have been a criticism of Kyle, I think the rifle was getting in between his legs. I think he was afraid that if he kept walking with it slapped around, that it was going to trip him. So he kind of adjusted it to put it on his side. I'm thinking that's what happened.
Yeah, because don't forget.
I've carried a rifle like that in a sling. And I know that if you're walking around, the thing flops all over. You can't run with it.
Yeah, definitely. And don't forget Mr. Huber yanked on it quite hard to a degree where he pulled Kyle with him, so it could have make it looser, or what I mean, longer. The basically, yeah.
Well,
so
I'm sorry to Mark Bolton. I didn't mean to come off as curt or whatever, but I think we just need to move forward and do what we need to do.
Definitely.
And but I think he was right about the fact that we really need to. We advertise this thing as Kyle Rittenhouse. We really should stay on topic.
No, and that's fine. I think part of it is that it's the notion of streams. I realize this because sometimes I can't even watch them. I like Adam Friended, but sometimes him and Sitch will talk about something, and you'll be sitting there watching them going, okay, but you guys said the stream was about X, and it's like, if it's just related, I don't think we've gone too far off topic. If we're going to talk about the media, social media, those things are relevant to this case.
Oh, dude.
And when I shared the link, I just want to say real quick, when I shared the link, it was also about what are the societal implications of this case? How is it going to change our society?
Absolutely.
So yeah, for sure. As far as Mark, I don't understand what he wants. He's saying you guys are just sharing your own, versions of it or whatever. I want what, and I don't get what he wants. So I'm not upset. I'm sure if he talked to me in voice, it'd probably be easier, which he can do.
Constructive criticism. I'm all good for that.
Right. Yeah. If he wants that kind of conversation, you should probably get in touch with me on say Discord, where there's no character limit. And, so I'm not upset at anybody. I want to be clear. I just said, okay, sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you. If you need to find another stream, that's fine. But it's when he says things like unprofessional or whatever, it's I have $200 a month in patrons. If you broke me down to an hourly rate, I think it's probably I don't know, less than a penny an hour.
Oh, I don't know.
Ripley made a comment that the sling was set too low. I think earlier in the evening it was fine. I think it just kind of worked its way down over him running and all that kind of stuff. He needed to adjust it, and he didn't.
Yeah. We have here interesting comment from CB. Kelly Zeminski was recording. Where is the recording of Kyle coming up to them? I was not aware of that. So, where are you guys?
What was that?
She strangely lost it, is what happened. Right along with Zeminski's firearm that abruptly got stolen.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Was this about what?
Kelly Zeminski was recording. Where is the recording of Kyle coming up to them? One of the commenters was asking.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, haven't you heard anything about that? Neil, can I ask you the source on that? Or there was just
as far as her losing it, it was brought up during the course of the trial. I'd want to say, but
okay,
I can't remember by who.
Fair enough. It's fine.
By the way, I have only watched maybe half the footage. It's hard for me. I work, unlike you guys.
Yeah. Okay. Scrappy. That is actually a topic. I am quite proficient in. So he's asking that if we talk about the disparity of force. Well, I just mentioned it in text, and that is that Kyle was in a. I'm guessing you're talking about Mr. Rosenbaum being unarmed and Kyle having AR-15. Well, the AR-15 is a disparity of force only when you shoot. It is, use it or lose it, basically, because, once Mr. Rosenbaum gets past the muzzle, the AR is absolutely useless. It's actually hindrance in any fisticuffs, that would follow. So, that is absolutely okay to defend yourself with a firearm against an unarmed man. I literally have a video of that, and I can actually post it in the chat, on all our channels.
The disparity of force thing is misunderstood. People think that you have to match weapon to weapon. That's not true. What the disparity of force is that if you have your weapon that's just available to you, was there a way that you could have settled this with something less that was available to you? In a way, So you don't. If the other person pulls out a switchblade, you don't have to do like West Side Story and pull out your own switchblade and dance around each other. You can pull a gun and blow the guy to smithereens. Yeah, a gun is more than a switchblade, but that's why we have guns.
Yeah.
So and an unarmed person. Well, first of all, if he's grabbing for your weapon, as you said, he's not technically unarmed.
Yeah, Barnowski is pointing it out right here. Yeah, definitely. Not to mention, I now post on all 3 of our channels. Sorry, again, another shameless plug. I literally made a video where I show that unarmed attacker is absolutely undeniably a deadly threat. I show people getting seriously hurt or close to being killed by unarmed attackers. Guys, this is not a fucking joke. We've been killing each other as a species, since beginning of our species with our bare hands. Yeah.
By the way, I should mention, disparity of force is not a legal concept in Wisconsin. There is no such statement in self-defense in Wisconsin.
Well, I would also, so to give my take on it,
definitely,
disparity of force flies out the window when you bring up the fact that another firearm was involved in the situation before Kyle turned and fired. And then it moves into, sure, Zeminski was not firing on Kyle, but Wisconsin self-defense law says you just have to have a reasonable belief that your life is in danger. Reasonable belief happens the second that gun goes off. And absolutely, up until then, he was fleeing, which he's not even required to do in Wisconsin, but he was still doing it anyway and did not take any action of his own until then. That's why, sure, he killed people, but the problem is that, so at least one person fires at him, is what his understanding of the situation is, which is all you need to prove in court for self-defense. So at least one person fired a gun, and if you remember, Zeminski does move aggressively at Kyle, like when he says, "You won't do shit, motherfucker," right before that. So he has every reason to believe that Zeminski has decided he's involved in this melee at that point, and then everybody afterwards, he also, like you remember, he believed he was being struck in the head with a baseball bat when he was getting hit with the skateboard. And, that's totally capable of killing you. So that's the reason why he reacted the way that he did. It's it's not ideal, but at the same time, it's interesting to me how many people try to push this from the perspective of the attacker. Like we're supposed to be respecting their rights somehow. Like, and just say that you have the right to attack me and I don't have the right to defend myself was the, and ironically, if you guys remember my brief rivalry with a fellow by the name of the non-lawyer, you can check out those debates. But he and I went back and forth a couple times. He was very respectful, I want to be clear on. He and I still talk respectfully. But he changed his mind when The Root, which is a very Black issues centered media outlet, shared an article of a Black man who was attacked by unarmed assailants and used his pistol and shot them and then got off on self-defense. And that radically changed his perspective. It also helped him understand that part of his real problem was that Kyle was white. And he recognized that that was wrong, that he shouldn't have felt about it like that. Because now he's seeing a Black man defending himself from unarmed assailants who are trying to hurt him outside of a bar. It just comes down to the fact, and you obviously, Paul, you've made a video about how unarmed assailants are still quite capable of killing you.
Yeah. Also, you got to remember something. It's not about whether the person's unarmed. It's about whether the other person knew he was unarmed. Kyle had no real good reason to believe that Rittenhouse or Rosenbaum was unarmed. He was carrying a chain earlier in the evening. It is not out of the question. He still had it. So, this thing, the whole thing about disparity of force, which is really not a Wisconsin thing, but that's usually used when the situation is such that the other person clearly knew that the other person didn't have a weapon on them. These situations where you're just being chased by somebody who jumps out at you, disparity of force is not really going to be a problem for that. As also somebody, I think it was Skippy's mentioned that Wisconsin's backwards. What I'm describing here is pretty much self-defense in every state. Provocation changes from place to another, but what constitutes self-defense, the 5 elements of it, those are pretty universal for the most part.
Yeah. If I may, here I will toot a wee bit of my own horn. I don't know if... give me a second. Shit, we have the spam bot again, and he's using different accounts. I do apologize to the audience. We have a spam bot, that is spamming our chat with 18+ content, and we need to ban him because YouTube could be very unhappy with us, otherwise.
Well, is it worth it? I mean, sometimes just let him go. It's up to you.
No, the YouTube can be this is set in the chat. We will age restrict this stream. I wanted to say that I will give this. I will toot a wee bit of my own horn, because if you remember Dr. Black's testimony when it came to Gage Gross, and he was specifically mentioning the pay attention to the legs, basically. Right? Do you guys remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Guess who fucking brought it up in his, second, third video, something like that, when I was, my video, the ultimate Kyle Rittenhouse, guide, which is not the best content, I'll admit, I was still learning and stuff like that, how to make videos. But I was specifically pointing out because he shifts his, the way, the center of gravity, his body around, so it makes it a wee bit difficult, even in slow motion, to say, was he lunging in, was he staying in place, it's a wee bit, and I was like, pay attention to the legs. They tell you everything that you need to know. And when I heard it, Dr. Black, say on the stand, I was like, well, I'm guessing I actually know something about this. You know what I mean? About self-defense, about the use of force and stuff like that. I'm not just a, let's say, enthusiast. You know what I mean? I have at least somewhat qualified opinion. And with that now, I'm telling you what Kyle did was absolutely it was almost picture perfect self-defense. It would be from, let's say, tactical standpoint or something like that. Well, you want to survive. You are attacked, you want to survive. The mistakes that I would tell him is basically that he didn't few times shoot sooner, but that it would put him into more legal trouble. But that is what, like, that's just insanity how anyone can say that Kyle Rittenhouse wanted to kill anyone when he literally shot only when, for example, Mr. Huber was dragging him around with the rifle. And only then shot. That's just insanity. Yeah, if he would have shot sooner, it would be A-okay in my book, absolutely undeniably. And also in what I spoke with, for example, Czech SWAT officers. Unfortunately, they don't want to go on camera, but yeah, they were like, yeah, you could have shot fucking sooner, far sooner.
Well, yeah, in addition to the fact that if he wanted to shoot other people, it would have been easy. Like, he could have fired and put another round in Gage if he wanted to.
Absolutely.
He could have shot the guy that was right next to Gage. That was something that Neo and Realist brought up when he and I did a stream. He's like, there was a guy standing right next to Gage who was like, put his hands up and went, okay, we're good, bro. And backed away. I mean, he didn't say anything, but it was the same. It's that, me emphasizing the body language of, nope, we're good. And Kyle just got up and went, okay, and left. If he wanted to kill a bunch of people, he could have.
Yeah, and all the people that, ran by him as he was going to the police, like, that's an active shooter. Most active shooters I know shoot.
Yeah.
So, but my feeling about it is that the people who are claiming that Kyle went there looking for trouble, they're a lost cause. There's no point in debating that anymore. If they're still talking like that, they are just simply trolling you at this point.
Yeah. You, for example, had a discussion with the liberal Dan Dumbbell, and I'm sorry, I need to call him a dumbbell because he was like, after he shot Mr. Rosenbaum, he should have lifted his arms like above his head and, I give up. Yeah, mate, what about those two other gunmen that Kyle knew were around? They can be, like sneaking around and then put a bullet in his head. Just like, oh my God.
People who say that have not been paying attention to the news. I mean, how many times do we have to see people just getting the living crap kicked out of them by these mobs before you get the picture? Giving up to them is probably not going to do you any good.
Well, that's why I always bring up that fresh in my mind at that time was the guy that they stomped in the, like soccer kicked in the head in Portland. That was like 2 weeks before that. The guy who was driving the white truck, just trying to leave a situation where Black Lives Matter security, I put that in quotes, Marquis Love was, like they thought they tried to suggest that he ran, like trying to run people over, which is not what he did anyway. But the point is that you're going to surrender to a mob that thinks that that's an acceptable, move of force, in the pursuit of racial justice. It's like, no. And that's one of the reasons why I came to the realization at that moment. That's before Kyle even entered the universe, so to speak, was that there's no way in hell I'm going to a protest unarmed ever again, just because that's the way they think, that's acceptable.
There's one more thing, because in Kenosha itself, the day before Kyle went in, there was in the Danish Brotherhood building where the old man, I believe he was 70, he was spraying the protesters that were burning and looting that building. He was spraying them with a fire extinguisher to chase them off so he can start extinguishing the fire. Well, what happened to him? He got smacked, he got hit over the head. I believe there's someone say even a rock. I don't know if that's true. But in any way, he ended up with many broken facial bones and almost like close to dying. He was lucky there were bystanders that rushed him into a hospital. But if you see the video, he has a fucking face open, like full on bleeding from it. I mean, I wonder why Kyle brought the rifle. Just fucking saying.
Yeah, I featured that guy in one of my videos. By the way, just in case anybody's curious, but that happened, I think, the day before.
Yeah.
And he was really badly busted up.
He's lucky they didn't kill him, honestly. Well, I mean, the way he fell, the way hard they hit him, and the fact that they kept hitting him after he was obviously unconscious, that's how second impact syndrome happens. That's how people get killed by concussion.
One of the things that kind of amazed me about the defense was that if I'm on the defensive team, I'm bringing up an expert on mob mentality, and I'm putting them on the stand. And I'm going to ask them, is it possible for people to do stuff that they would not normally do in a violent way because other people are doing it? And so, because we've been hearing all about how sweet Anthony Huber was, right? And and all that, and Gage Grosskreutz. Gage, I'm actually willing to kind of leave out of the discussion.
That's actually a point I want to point real quick. Was like that's something else that came out during the trial. Was Jesus? I know Anthony Huber was suspect, questionable, but like when they tried to and basically angelize him, and then the defense went, "Hey, if you're gonna go that route, then Anthony Huber's a good guy. We got stuff to add. You ready for that?" And then like I'm paraphrasing, and then like so then they send the jury out, and then they have a very graphic conversation. They had more details on what Anthony Huber did than I did. Put a knife to the throat of his brother and said he would gut him, like a pig if he didn't clean a room. Choked his.
Oh, and by the way,
all
I
those
have a
details
video called I have a video called "Let's Get to Know Anthony Huber," where I go through the entire police report, telling you all that. So if you're interested,
that'd be great. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. For me, that was all new information. I was like, wow, I knew that. But I had just read the charges. I didn't read the rest of it. Yeah.
Johnny Walker, can you send it to me in private chat? I will put it in all for you.
Yeah, I think I should look it up
in chats. I hope Neil is fine with that.
Yeah, totally. But what I was going to say is just that after that, though, then the prosecution suddenly went, okay, we retract the question.
Yeah, definitely. I want to, later speak on something else, but just quickly here, Speak Life Garden. Sorry, I don't know your name. She puts out, a really good comment that if Kyle wanted to kill people, he would take out far more people, and that is, simply people don't understand how potent the rifle is. They, for example, a lot of times they cite the number that it is combat effective up to 550 yards, and as a bad thing for Kyle. But no, that actually speaks in his defense, because he shot only the people that were directly in front of him attacking him. He didn't shoot. If he would fire at someone, even miss at someone 100 yards away, you have a point. But he didn't. And just he could have killed so many people. You know what I mean? At any point when he was, for example, right after he fell. This is why I hate that people say he's a racist. First of all, he's defending the property of a Pakistani immigrant, right? That's one thing. And,
yep. Yeah, he's the racist defending a couple of people of colors. That's a white supremacist group standing next to a man of color that they were defending.
And another thing is, right after he falls, and please, whoever does not believe me, go check the video. He points his rifle at two black guys rushing him. That is his golden opportunity to fulfill his, white supremacist fantasy of killing black people. He would be fully justified. I'm saying he would be fully justified putting at least the first guy to the ground. Putting a round into him, and he didn't. The moment the guy lifts his hands up, you know what I mean? He's like, no, okay, Kyle does not shoot him. So what the fuck? How can Kyle Rittenhouse be racist? I'm sorry. Well, I made the point that if he was made to be one, because he was called white supremacist immediately after that happened. And I'm sorry, give a man only one harbor to sail to, don't blame him. That's where he will sail.
I like that.
By the way, I put the one in the chat, but I also put the challenge for those of you who think that Kyle Rittenhouse set out to hurt people that night. I got some questions to ask you, and I walked through the night, and nobody has been able to get through it. It's safer than the James Randi challenge.
Yeah. So first video now going to you, to the audience, or in the chat is John's a video on Mr. Huber, and the second one will be the Kyle Rittenhouse challenge. So if we have any hater, for example, I believe we had here, I forgot what his name is, but he has terrible spelling. Mate, if you think you're spelling normally, seriously.
Oh, dude, no. I get PTSD when I look at his posts.
Go see a doctor. You might have serious neurological problem. Just saying, that's not how you spell things. And I'm sorry, I'm not joking. You might have a serious it happens, Well, I mean, something like a stroke, when people, say nonsense, but they think they speak normally. That might be you. And the second one is the challenge. So whoever is, if we have here someone who Johnny calls anti-Kyle, please take the challenge, and we would like your answers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wanted to go. Oh yeah, Neil, you mentioned that you could not understand how Jojo could be basically roaming the streets.
It's because of there was
Yeah.
honestly a couple of those people, not just him, but yeah, it's how do you? I mean, I'm just gonna be blunt, like I was in my video specifically about this. He didn't like just fondle 5 boys. He forcibly sodomized them and forced them to give him oral sex. Raped 5 boys between the ages of 9 and 11 years old. How the hell are you walking around in society when you do that?
I'll give you something that scares you more. That was probably the least of the actual crime. Keep in mind, they don't want to put those boys on the stand.
Oh, fucking yes,
So they probably plea bargained that down. That's probably a plea bargain.
Right.
The thing
And
he
it's
did
not even
was
the only violent
much
thing
worse.
he's ever done. That's the other thing. It's like,
Yeah.
when does the habitual offender thing happen? You know,
Okay.
because it's just like Zeminski's criminal record was like 7 pages long.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, why is this dude even walking around? You know, like that's, you
Well,
know,
Mr.
go ahead.
Binger is probably, like enjoying his adult movie called, Woman Creations and stuff like that.
By the way,
For
Huber,
those, just want to say, for those of you who do not know, Mr. Zeminski or his pseudonym Alex Blaine, like he's a porn actor, so that's just saying that.
just as a note, Anthony Huber was classified as a repeat habitual domestic offender, not just a domestic offender, habitual.
If I may, and again, I'm gonna need to take a fucking shot because the topic and Eric plays like drinking games, so I'll give example of my country, and here Bernie's case also quoting U.S. justice system, baby. So, yeah. We have when it would come, for example, to Mr. Rosenbaum, we have something that we were quite often accused by human rights activists as inhumane. And stuff like that, but I absolutely disagree, and whole nation disagrees. For newcomers, I'm from Czech Republic, and that is when you have a rapist, and I mean full-on rapist, like for example Joseph Rosenbaum was. I'm not talking about someone who rapes a drunken, passed-out girl. Okay, which is horrendous. It's monstrous. I'm not saying it's not there, but I'm talking about men that rape, that take a screaming girl into the bushes and are there, like for hours, for example. Those people.
There's a difference between a violent
Precisely,
rape.
because the issue there is that that's what they sexually get on. I hope I grammarly put it correctly, and it is very dangerous for the society. And so they are sentenced for a lengthy prison sentence, as you would expect. But after they are released, they are not released to the public. They go into constitutional, basically, care, where they are supposed to be rehabilitated to not be like that. But the problem is with such people, you simply are not ever getting that. So they quite often end up in these psych wards or reorientation, I don't know how to call it, in these wards for the rest of their life, because they are simply a danger to society, unless experts say, hey, you are safe, you're not getting out. Or you have a choice to undergo castration. And where we are criticized as a country that it is barbaric and it is basically against human rights, but that the people don't have it's not a choice at all for them, they say. Well, I'm sorry, that person is undeniably dangerous to a society. We cannot just release him. That's not happening. And it works.
Okay. Here's where we're coming from on that. Yeah. This kind of reminds us too much, I think, of the ancient biblical habit of chopping off hands of thieves. I think that's kind of where it's the whole thing about you punish a person, fine, but you don't actually physically mutilate them.
Yes.
And I think that just brings up all kinds of bad vibes.
I agree with you, but it's a choice for them. They can spend because again, they are not released until they are deemed not dangerous to a society.
Right. That's what I was
Or
going to
that.
say. Is I remember that there's the logic behind it is that it's proven that it hinders their sex drive, which makes them less likely to reoffend.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, any farmer or rancher could tell you that, right?
Right.
That's why
And
they do
that's
it with tears.
and I get that, and I think that it's my point wasn't even just about. That's why I said outside of the vengeance issue, it's just like if you're that bad of an offender and you did this to a bunch of kids, it's like it makes you wonder why more. Even if he was just in a mental institution, it's just like why is somebody like that walking around, And that's there's. I mean, in comparison, I would say Zeminski in many ways is even worse because of his really long history of crime. And then he goes and pulls something like this, and Binger just gives him $1,000 bond and sends him on his way. I don't even know if those charges are even still active at this point. I know that they're trying to get him for burning a dumpster. I was like, really, Binger?
Yeah,
That's
like,
where we're going with this? Is you're worried about that? And I just
Okay,
he
now,
talked
wait a
about
minute.
that when he debated with me in my comments was that I didn't like to fire that dumpster.
I'm not drinking alone.
Are we
It's not
talking about Zeminski?
Yeah.
Or Huber?
Yeah.
Okay, Zeminski's crimes. I hate to stick up for him. None of them are that serious. There's just a lot of them. But I think that the worst he's done up until the arson was he did a lot of bail jumping, DUIs. I don't know what it is about Wisconsin, but that just seems to be like what they do there. I mean, like part of a rite of passage in Wisconsin is you get pulled over for DUI because all these people, Hannah Giddings and Anthony Huber, and all these people have these DUIs on their list. I mean,
well, there's other stuff in his record, but he did a crazy amount of plea bargaining, like
that's true,
including like violent assault, like burglary, like theft kind of stuff is on there, but he just plea bargained out of all of it. And I'm like, okay, I get plea bargaining, but Jesus Christ, the dude just like he was just doing it over and over and over. And it's like, at what point does the criminal justice system finally say, "Look, you're done. You're going away"?
Yeah, and bail jumping. He's got 3 of them. It's like,
Right.
why
How
even
the hell
go
you
to
get
bail?
away with that more than once?
I mean, hell, if you've jumped bail over once, you're not getting bail in my court. Of course, I'm not a judge, but it's like, but yeah, he's got 3. And
if you were a judge, you'd be Judge Dredd.
that's right. Yeah. By the way, there's 2 of them.
Yeah, I made a joke about it, like a video, the cancel culture, or no, sorry, culture appropriation, why the hate, I made a joke about it, like
Well, keep in mind, though, there's 2 Judge Dreds. The other one is a reggae artist, and that's the one I know.
Nice.
And so everybody called Judge Dredd. I'm going, yeah, right. He's dead now, though.
Jesus, I wanted to add something, but yeah,
my apologies.
I'm sorry, no. Oh yeah, I wanted. Hey, first of all, Johnny, cheers. Second of all, we before met with Neil when we met, and we actually I coined and I. No, it was also with you, yeah. So now to the audience, we are at mark 2 hours 17 minutes, and we have 54 viewers all together. I would like to suggest to you, let's say, a party after the Kyle's trial is over, be it a positive party where we are celebrating, or a negative party where we are lamenting. Is that the word?
I offered the alternative. The bandwagon jumping party, where we all become senior fans.
What I would do is, like, in addition to that, we should organize like a Twitter campaign where we go back and find everybody who said you're gonna see when he's rotting in jail. Just I like to type. Yeah, that didn't age well. That didn't age well. That didn't age well.
It's called Insta Block.
Yeah, and when the trial is on, you will see all the evidence that is not privy to the public. You know what I mean? And you will see he's guilty. Yeah.
Like that clown who kept showing up in my comments section, and he would just make new accounts to say, "You'll see, I'm going to be a witness, and there's video you haven't seen." And I'm like, oh, yeah.
You met Lahar Chan.
Yeah. By the way, not a single hater since the trial started. Just saying. Not a single hater in my videos.
Yeah,
I won't lie.
that is true. A lot of them, at least as far as my YouTube, they've gotten quiet. So
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think
So
it's part
you
of it is
guys-
that it's like, oh, that was your super secret footage, was
yeah,
literally proving
definitely.
that Rosenbaum hid and then ambushed Kyle. Thanks a lot.
By the way, that commenter, he actually sent me comments that, you keep deleting my accounts. Yeah, I'll tell you what, you're like unleashing a lion here. Maybe we can work something out because I don't want to spring on you. What I'm going to do, delete,
What
delete,
the
delete. And he kept creating accounts, and I kept deleting them. And I finally told him, I can delete these faster than you can make them.
Right.
So
Well, yeah, for sure. And then I want to make a point that, like, and I tell my moderators this, I don't just censor people for disagreeing with me by any means. It's just he would get into personal attack, and then he would accuse us of being Wendy Rittenhouse,
no, wait
or
a minute.
stuff. I'm like,
I was
I don't.
Michael Rittenhouse.
I don't have time for that. I'm not going to sit there and let somebody like that just pollute my
Right.
channel. It's
Yeah.
like, whatever.
And I had it like the hater. He was insulting my viewers, like he was insulting also me, and he was insulting my viewers. And I basically gave him an option, mate. You just apologize to them. You can insult me all you want. I can fucking take it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But you apologize to them, and hey, I'm not gonna block you. Oh no, fuck you and stuff like that, and I continued. So I was like, okay, bye. Anyway, back to the topic. I was suggesting that no matter the outcome of the trial, that the first Saturday after the trial, that we would all gather around, because we created kind of a small community, like around this
Sure.
case and like around our channels, and it is also to give back to you guys, kind of, because hey, I want to know who you are, like who watches us and stuff like that, because I appreciate your views. And yeah, just basically drink some, talk some, see, like where it goes. If someone would like to join, just for fun, nothing serious, so if you would be interested, the first Saturday after the trial, we would like to do that. It would be even your US evening, at least. I will actually get up and start drinking, like then, because I'm Czech and
Czech.
it's okay it's okay to drink, like in the morning, so at least just a bit,
I'm
not too
certainly
much.
not against the
not me.
idea.
No.
We'll see what's going on at the time, but absolutely, no matter what, I'm sure that there's going to be a call for a bunch of different streams, and I'll probably get asked to go to different places too and just see what they, but
Yeah.
I've been trying to increase like our collective viewership, and I go every time I get onto someone's stream, I mention you guys, because it's frustrating to me how the algorithm works, because like Johnny's video production, in my opinion, is way better than mine, but it's a question of, is the algorithm going to give Johnny attention, because the pro Kyle perspective isn't very popular with the kind of people who work at Google.
Yeah, it's been an uphill climb.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, though, it's far better than Twitter. Twitter, they have basically shadow banned me for good. I have no reach.
Right.
So it's like, and you know what? Getting back on Kyle here, he's had to overcome a industry that is just hell bent on keeping anything supportive of him out. And and when we get closer to the actual verdict time, don't be surprised if my channel just goes. You don't know. And
that's one of the reasons I'm on like BitChute and like a couple of other places.
I need to expand out too, but I have never seen anything like this. I've never seen a person vilified to this level, and he was 17.
Right. And imagine, no matter what happens, his life is never going to be the same. He'll never go there. There will be no normal.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be worried about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. If I may, there is a chance, just saying, because if I would be Carl, I would be interested in what is being said and stuff like that about me. So there is a chance that someone from the Rittenhouse family is watching this, like in this case, I would like to ask, like this. I was told not to jinx it and stuff like that, but if there would be so I'm not jinxing it, if there would be a positive outcome for Kyle, Mate, this is like directly to you. Your life will never be the same. I absolutely understand it. But I would ask you for one thing or suggest. You have quite the name as of now, and just you going to places and speaking there, for example, on universities, how you were persecuted by the media and stuff like that unfairly. Just the negative press out from the woke media and stuff like that, like from the Young Turks or the Kyle Rittenhouse went there to speak and stuff like that. It would give you quite a lot of sway, quite a lot of power, if you would, to basically go around and spread your story. And I'm sorry to put it on you. You are young and you definitely want to just go and study. And I bet your mom, for whom this trial is the hardest, in my opinion, she wants just you to go to school, study, meet a nice girl, and fill the house with grandkids, And I don't blame her whatsoever.
Yeah,
I would want you to basically take this advantage to fight for your nation, because I know you are a patriot and you see firsthand the problems that you have, and you right now are in a unique position where you can do something about it by just speaking. So I would ask you to do that.
On a separate note, do we have any predictions about Gage Grosskreutz taking the stand on Monday?
I was going to ask about that, because there's a few things that I'm itching to know, and one is the defense said that his breaking of firearms law was indisputable, but he has disputed it. I would like to know, was he legally carrying?
Yeah. That's a good question. And in addition to how badly, that was the other thing I noticed, is just that I was surprised at the witnesses that they're not calling any anti-Kyle people specifically, aside from maybe Rosenbaum's ex, I expected, why aren't we hearing from the Zeminskis? Why aren't we hearing from, any of the people that or Anthony Huber's girlfriend? I think I know why now. It's because they know if they try to bring somebody on the stand who's going to talk about Anthony Huber like he's a great guy, that they're going to get to talk about Anthony Huber. But the people that they've been picking to bring up, like Ryan Balch, that would have been somebody I would expect the defense to call. I think either of them would have called McGinnis, but Gage Grosskreutz is probably going to be the only person who's going to get called to the stand, who I know for sure is going to be against Kyle in this instance, without a question.
However, I will say this. If he had a competent lawyer, and he doesn't, but if he had a competent lawyer, his lawyer would tell him, don't you say a damn thing. You have a civil suit coming up, and you could be facing criminal charges. You would have to get an actual formal plea, not a plea deal, but a formal agreement. Actually, it would be a plea deal. None of this, we have just kind of an understanding. You can't have an understanding with Thomas Claire Binger. Dominic Black made that mistake. Dominic did not get a formal agreement that he would be not charged or be charged lower for his testimony. Thomas Claire Binger is not going to honor anything he told Dominic Black.
That's fair.
He might honor with Gage Grosskreutz only because I think he he looks upon Gage as his compadre. However, if I'm Gage Grosskreutz's lawyer, I just tell him, you're taking the fifth on everything, buddy. Because you can, of course, you have to go to the judge. You have to explain why your witness is allowed not to testify, but that would be easy to do. He's carrying a firearm. Anything discussed about the carrying of that firearm is going to be off limits. Right. And also, he has a civil suit coming up. And by the way, that was another stupid thing he did. Of all the timing mistakes to make, filing a lawsuit while you're a witness in a criminal investigation. But again,
I hadn't thought about that.
That's Kimberly Motley, his attorney. Her God-given role on this earth is to make Thomas Claire Binger look smart by comparison. She may be the dumbest lawyer I have come across, and she is not going to provide him adequate counsel. He should not be taking a stand, in my opinion.
Could I, extend this conversation a wee bit?
Defamation lawsuits. We got to talk about that too.
No, yeah, definitely. But that will come in a bit. But I was asked by one of our viewers about the wee bit of the Mr. Barnes drama where he had the 20 lawyers ready to work for free.
Oh boy!
I just saying, I would quite possibly refuse this free help too, for one and simple reason. He was idiot. Mr. Barnes, he was idiot, and he opened his mouth publicly way too soon, because what the jury will think, there's 20. He literally says they are experts on body language. They will cherry pick, who they want and stuff like that, And well, then the jury selection is going around, and there are 20 lawyers on the other side, and you would have this perception that you are being basically manipulated to a degree. And it could, you could have the negative view of the defendant. That's why I would refuse Mr. Barnes's offer as well, because he went way too soon publicly. If he would shut his fucking mouth for a wee bit and start talking only after, in at least half of the trial or even further, that would be fine. But
and when you read the comments on the video where that was posted of him making those complaints, everyone's like, "Oh no, Kyle is doomed." Like he swayed public opinion to make it sound like Kyle's, destroyed now because Barnes isn't on his case. I don't know enough about them. To me, the whole thing sounded like a bunch of lawyers arguing about money. Is what it's.
I made that point in my video. Like, this is just a bad look, and we've seen so much of it. I actually did a video on this issue where I played his comments, and in my opinion was that I have not heard Richard's side of this thing yet.
Yeah. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
No, I just want to make one final comment. Apparently, he did have Andrew Branca lined up to help Kyle on the self-defense side. Whatever the defense needed to do, they should have secured that. That dude's really good. He literally wrote the book on self-defense, and he helped Kyle before, so he was on board. I'd like to know what happened there.
Yeah, definitely. So we have here a TVX. I believe that will. I don't know. Does any one of you know who that is? Because we have sometimes haters, and stuff like that. Do you know that guy? No. I guess not.
No,
TVX. You see it on your screen. Okay, mate. He makes the vandalism is less than hurting people. Well, first of all, Kyle Rittenhouse was attacked. That is undeniable. If you say anything else, mate, at this point you are a fucking liar. Yeah, it is clear that he was attacked. I'm sorry. Yeah, not going any other way. The other thing is vandalism. Yeah, okay. So you are burning down a city, and I wanted to make this point. I said already once with Johnny Walker Dread on our podcast, and I will repeat it again, that what happened in Kenosha was in principle absolutely undeniably the same, in principle again, as burning of the Black Wall Street, otherwise known as Tulsa Race Massacre, that happened in 1921 in Oklahoma, which was absolutely undeniably an act of terror. And I'm just asking you, would you fucking say that the people that were shooting, the black people shooting the white people over burning their houses, and also killing them. I'm not saying that, but they were also shooting people over burning their houses. Would you say that to them? Because in principle, it's the fucking same. The severity is different. And there's another thing. You say that just the property, seriously. For example, the car source owners, they lost millions, right? Is that correct to say?
Yes. Well, it's like 1.3 million.
Would you say, I'm telling you, it would not be surprising if, for example, if they get ruined, if some of them take their own life. It happens. When a patriarch of a family cannot provide for his family, they take their life. would you say that, let's go further. You have there plenty of people that simply lost, like employment and all the property. What if they are, because you don't have a single payer health, like a public healthcare, you need to pay your own healthcare and stuff like that, right? What if someone was, for example, being treated for cancer during the time they lose all property, they have no option how to basically, fund their treatment. They will die. Let's go further. What about all those kids? Because there was $50 million in damages, and just saying the city of Kenosha asked for some $30 million in help. Those are, again, funds that are redirected from public sources, for example, from schools, from community projects and stuff like that. What about the kids that will lack of, proper education, not get proper jobs, will not have good enough standard of living, will, for example, end up as criminals, because we know that is what happens, and they will, either kill someone or they get themselves killed or sent to prison. What about those lives? And we can go further and further, mate. This is bullshit. You burn down a city, someone will stand up against you.
Well,
and yeah.
I would
make your points, Johnny, and then I got a whole rant on the issue of this.
Okay, so I'll make it short here. This whole idea about how much we value property versus life changes around the country. In Oklahoma, for example, up in the Panhandle, there was a rancher that went up at the top of his water tower and picked off a couple of guys with a deer rifle, and didn't face charges. Why? These guys had burglary tools on them. So you know what? They had proven they were there to steal. Now keep in mind, the laws have changed. So don't go around, shooting people, okay? I'm not a lawyer. But the other thing is that it is simply not true that life is that precious. If it did, everybody would have to shell out $150,000 for a vehicle, because guess what? To make it so it's a vehicle can protect you under the most severe of conditions is extremely expensive. But guess what? We are willing to sacrifice lives for cheaper cars. Ford proved that with the Pinto, right? So this idea somehow that, well, if it just saves one life, it's worth it. That is not a way that you can run any kind of country. There has to be a limit. You can't just allow people free reign to go and just steal whatever they want and destroy whatever they want. There has to be repercussions. And again, what those repercussions are changes around the country. In Texas, you know what? If you're stealing, you're really putting your life at danger there. But again, this whole thing, and by the way, I want to say one more thing on this. This whole thing about, well, it's property, not lives, is just an excuse so they can go and burn and loot and vandalize. That's what they want. They want to be able to tear everything you own down, and they want you not to be able to do anything to stop them. That's what that's about. Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. So what I was going to say, first of all, is that I think that the perspective of property is not as important, or as people, is usually a position taken by somebody typing from the safety of their keyboard whose house is not currently being looted. Yeah. So I don't think, and they'll say things like, well, I would just, I'm not going to hurt anybody over my property. I would just, yeah, sure you wouldn't. In addition to the fact that, okay, so maybe you wouldn't kill them, but the notion that, it's like, so what's the limit? Is effectively, if you've decided that you can't take action against people who are trying to destroy your property, then where does that end? Like, where do we stop that? Because if you destroy somebody's property, it does directly affect their life. It does directly affect their livelihood. So what are we gonna say instead of that? What kind of deterrent are you hoping that we're gonna get every looter and rioter and arsonist and maybe hold them to civil court or something? That's not realistic. And the reality is, and this is one of the reasons we have a Second Amendment in this country in the first place, especially during the time when that was envisioned, a lot of people were living out in remote locations. There were no police. There wasn't anybody who's going to show up at your homestead or whatever in the middle of nowhere to defend your property. So, it's not like you're going to call the cops. And that situation doesn't happen as much in the United States now But circumstances like, and the judge said this actually during the pre-trial, like we have to take into account the context of what was going on at the time, which is that there was general lawlessness. The police were not responding. Firemen were not responding. That's the situation that all of this is going on in. This is not a circumstance where, somebody's just defending property, like say that couple that they demonized who just walked out onto the lawn to confront BLM as they were walking by with their guns. This isn't anything like that. This is people are actively destroying the city, and the cops are not doing anything about it because they've been ordered not to. So now I want to give some leftist arguments about why this doesn't make any sense. The first of which is Los Angeles still has not financially recovered from the Rodney King riots. Rioting does near permanent damage to the economy of places where it takes place. They want quality jobs in these communities. They want, no poverty in these communities. Well, rioting is a great way to ensure that poverty is going to happen in that community. And it seems like they have this weird idea that they're going to say, if you don't want to open businesses in those communities, that you're just racist. It's white flight. That's the only reason you don't want to reopen your business in the place that we burned the city down. We want to reserve the right to be allowed to destroy the community and destroy the property of people who had nothing to do with whatever it is we're angry about, anytime we take a mind to it. But you also better invest in our communities or you're racist. It makes no sense. It actually does not help the people in that community at all. It does. What is the benefit? Do you think that cops suddenly change their profiles of people of color because you burned down the community? Do you think that looting and thieving and all that, does that do anything to change anybody's profiling of people of color? No, not at all. So even from a leftist perspective on that, it's self-defeating. It makes no sense. And then I say to the anarchists out there, and Antifa types in particular, so you want to convince everybody that we should abolish the police and abolish the state and that they don't need the police to protect them. And the way by which you are trying to persuade them is by going into their communities and into their homes, assaulting anybody that you don't like or says anything you don't like, or shooting them like they did to Michael Reinhold did to Jay Danielson, or stabbing them like just happened in Los Angeles. A member of Antifa stabbed a guy, because he was at a mask mandate rally, and literally penetrated his heart. The kid's lucky he's not dead.
Yeah.
So that's your ability to convince people that we don't need a state and we need cops, is that we instead should replace it with roving gangs of people clad in black, to mete out whatever stupid justice they think they have, and then destroying everybody's property. What kind of persuasive argument is that to try to convince people that we can all live peacefully in an anarcho-communist utopia? Explain how that strategy works. And when I ask anarcho-communists that question now, if they're arguing in good faith, they're like, you're right, that doesn't make any sense. I'm like, you're damn right it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, it's just, there's no point behind it there's no point to destroying property that is beneficial. You're worried about life. You're worried about the lives of the people who live in those communities. That's what this is supposed to be about. We are worried about the lives of the people who live in these communities. Then the last damn thing you should be doing is making excuses for people who destroy communities, who burn down buildings, burn down businesses. There's no excuse for it. If you're concerned about life, you can't be okay with that. Rant over.
Right. I'll tell you also, if you go into Kenosha that night, the people talk about, well, it's not your job to protect this property. You don't have that authority. Yeah, we saw the people who had the authority, and what were they doing?
Yeah,
they sat there on the outside edge watching.
Yeah,
literally watching all this take place. And then finally, when Huber hit the turf, they all of a sudden decided to do something about it after he was shot. Not before. They didn't protect Anthony Huber.
Definitely.
They didn't protect property. They didn't protect Kyle Rittenhouse. They didn't protect anybody because they don't have a duty to do that. Supreme Court's already ruled that. They don't have to protect your property. if you call them up and say, hey, I'm going to be going out of town for a couple of weeks, I'm really worried people might be breaking in. Can you put somebody over here? There's private security people you can call, but they're not going to do it for you. And that's another thing that really pisses me off about this whole thing was this idea somehow that Kyle Rittenhouse was acting as a cop by protecting property. Cops don't protect your property. If somebody breaks in, they'll investigate, try to find the guy who did it, but they're not going to stop it from happening. And that was true in Kenosha. So,
well,
so
and as the cops, real quick, as the cops like pointed out, they didn't have enough resources to feasibly even be able to pull it off. I do think, like, if a cop comes up and he sees somebody burning somebody's building down, he will try to do something about it. You know, but I guess what I was getting at, though, is just to say that the politicians, for political reasons, have been ordering the cops not to do anything. You know, that's where the problems lie. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, because of that, they say, you see, the cops weren't helping anyway. They give that argument to try to suggest we don't need police. And then they leave out the part that, well, yeah, because you in Portland have bullied your district attorney into not, prosecuting Antifa when they destroy things. You have, bullied your mayor into ordering your police chief not to do anything about riots, not because cops can't do it, but because cops haven't been allowed to. And that also, real quick, leads to this false, ridiculous belief that they've deluded themselves into thinking that they're an effective fighting force, when the reality is we haven't even done water cannons. We haven't even done dogs. We haven't even done real proactive use of billy clubs. Like we have, and that's nothing to say about, say, the microwave cannons that they've perfected that make you feel like you're on fire. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, here, TVX, Kyle wasn't even being corrupt, lol. Yeah, dickhead, he was being attacked. He ran away, he shot only in a most, desperate fucking way, in the last moment. Here, I believe you agree that Matthew Orfelia's video on Kyle Rittenhouse is really good. Would you agree with that? Both of you?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's 12 minutes. Go see it. Tell me how how that is. TVX. Go fucking see it. Oh, shut the fuck up, you fucking dumbbell. This is the most basic thing, and I'm sorry, I will not be educating you on a case that is over a year old. Everything is out there, and you don't know shit. So yeah, jog on, boy.
Well, and by the way, the whole thing of robbery came up about the fact of property ownership, right? That somehow they feel that their burning of every possession you have this is like a misdemeanor. Come on, you can't get that upset. It's just stuff. It's just things. You can replace things, but actually, if you destroy a person's property, you can destroy their lives.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can destroy them.
Yeah,
because imagine all the times that people's houses burn down and how catastrophic that is to their family.
I mentioned the worst situation, and by the way, one of the unsung victims, a true victim, not the victims they're talking about, but the true victim of the Kenosha shootings was the Kendrys. You think about it, I mean, we've been kind of chopping at them a little bit, but they really came out of that in such terrible fashion, and they were not talked about a lot. And it's unfortunate, but they had all of their property just burned at $2.5 million. And by the way, maybe they did get insurance, but for a long time they were suing to get it. They were looking at bankruptcy. You can imagine. I would like people to imagine laying in bed at night, that night, and what you must be thinking as you try to sleep. All that you work for, everything that you work for, gone.
Yeah.
The Hispanic family, the immigrant family, literally immigrants from Mexico who owned the ice cream parlor in Kenosha, lost everything.
Yeah.
It's clear that they deserved it due to white privilege, obviously.
And the list goes on. You had, for example, a family business. I believe it was a furniture store. It was a second generation, you know what I mean, and the owner at the time was 55 or something like that. He was in his at least mid-50s. And I'm sorry, you put your blood, sweat, and tears, and like into that is part of you. That is not just fucking property. You know what I mean? And that is everything you have. And like, guys, I'm a fucking Czech, and I know that here insurance companies try to their best to weasel out of paying. Like, even
that's their job.
Yeah, I literally read article after article saying that those those damages are not covered by insurance because they are domestic terrorism or some shit, something like that. That you need to find a perpetrator. I don't know what the fuck ever, right? But simply put, like, they are not covered. And even if they are in general, the insurance companies will try to weasel themselves out. But you have another thing. You will increase the insurance cost in that location to such a degree that the business is no longer viable. Like, what the fuck?
Whether it's covered or not is whether you're paying for it. You have risk assessors. They go in and they look at the community and they come up with an amount of how much insurance you really need to cover your losses. They don't think that people are going to go and burn down 200 of your cars. They can't envision that happening. So you're not going to pay for everything that you need to be covered. If you did, you wouldn't be making a whole lot of money. And so this whole idea somehow, well, insurance covers for it. Show me. You'll find out what insurance covers when you go to make a claim. Then the insurance company will tell you what it covers.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry. If I may just techno sorry, I put a thumbs up, Czechs know more about American history than most Americans. I put a thumbs up to that, when I later read,
and he knows more about the law than Americans. You do.
Yeah, how can we get him a green card? I have no intention of leaving my country, mate. I love it way too much, but thank you.
Oh hell, I'm trying to get into his.
Hey, come over, it's fine. We go for a.
Yeah. By the way, they have pretty reasonable gun rights in the Czech Republic. So yeah, they do. But I'm telling you, it's this whole thing about the insurance really angered me because I seem like I'm one of the few that looked at the Kendrys and really felt bad for them. And I've been in that situation where you turn off the lights, you get into bed, and the world just seems to come in crashing on you from a financial side. I've been through that. It is crushing. And a lot of people commit suicide over finances. I perfectly understand why.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I ever thought about doing that, but I certainly understand why somebody would, because it is a horrible, horrible thing to do. To have the rug pulled out from under you, because it's everything to you. So to these immigrants, it's everything.
Absolutely.
Community standing, everything. So yeah, the Kendrys, not enough has been written about them, and I want people to be kind of gentle with them. I understand the situation they're in when they were given their testimony. They can't get up there and sacrifice anymore. They've done enough.
For sure. So I don't have much more time. I wanted to tackle one thing that I put on all of the tweets about this that we didn't get to talk about, was just to say, what is at stake is that this is the future of self-defense as a concept.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
It's more. If I may, this is what the fuck is the purpose of society? That is what is at stake. Because we've started to get together. One of the most important aspects of that was to protection. You know what I mean? To protect each other. That is why we later initially built fences, then walls, then other barriers. You know what I mean? And yeah, we developed past that where we have, for example, police and stuff like that, and army that keeps us safe like that. But I'm sorry, when if they sentence Kyle, because don't view Kyle as an individual, view Kyle as a member of a member of a society or member of a community. Sorry, a community, and the community was attacked. What do you do when you are attacked? You defend yourself, you know what I mean? And if he's found guilty, again, what the fuck is the purpose of society when someone can just come to your fucking city and burn your shit to the ground? Because my point here is, don't view Kyle as someone who killed two people. viewing like Kyle as someone who was doing something that was absolutely undeniably necessary. And it went poorly, as you would expect. But that's why we hire professionals. That's why we have police, etc. But they weren't doing shit because I said our, your political leaders ordered them to stay back. Like, so again, what the fuck is the purpose of society when someone can just fucking come and burn your shit to the ground?
Right.
Okay.
But I just wanted to clarify. We are writing a new case law with this. That's what I was getting at. Like, this is going to affect future precedent forever. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I think the precedents are beyond the self-defense thing. I think what's at stake here is innocent until proven guilty. I think what we really have here is a case where the mob can determine that somebody's guilty, and guess what? The jury had better go along with that. And you don't realize I know you realize just how dangerous that is. Because, I mean, our country's justice system is founded on this presumption of innocence, and that you don't go to prison until enough evidence has been accumulated to demonstrate that you are actually guilty of the crime. They're wanting to change that. They're wanting to change it to the point where if we feel that he really should go to jail because of who he is, that should be good enough. And if they actually convict Kyle based on the evidence that we've accumulated so far, good grief, no one's safe. No one's safe.
Absolutely.
It's not just self-defense. It's any kind of crime. If the mob feels that you should go to prison because of who you are, then they can demand it and they can get away with it.
Yes.
Well, that brings to mind images of black men hanging from trees because crowds of racists felt that he needed to get hung because he looked at a white woman the wrong way.
Absolutely, but it's even worse in the sense that here the justice system is going along with it. Although it happened there too. I mean, I'm not going to downplay that, but the one that you brought up was sort of extrajudicial, right? It was like a lynching. So you remove the person from custody and you hang him. But here, they're going to have the American justice system do the lynching. And that is where things get really bad. And yes, it did happen in our American history, especially in the South. It's despicable, but I don't want to go back to those times with just a different victim.
Right. And that's the part that I think is dangerous on the left side of this, is that there's no introspection about that. It's just like when they talk about censorship, they don't understand that this is something that if the shoe was on their other foot, they wouldn't be okay with it. And that's the reason why much of this was established. It was understood that censorship's not a good idea because humans cannot be trusted with the power of censorship, and that lynch mob justice can't be trusted either, because not only can it be wrong, it can be utterly motivated by things that have nothing to do with the crime in question. And I honestly feel, especially when depending on what forums or whatever you're on, there are people who feel that they should just go ahead and kill, like if they had their opportunity with Kyle, they'd have killed him. That's actually what Drew Hernandez flat out says. He's like, no, they were going to kill him. And he was standing there. He knew the energy of that crowd. Go ahead.
Neil, this is to you. I don't know. Also, Johnny Walk with Red. Would you be okay carrying it through? I know that you just poured yourself some whiskey. So that is a signal basically that you are down, to continue for quite a while. Neil has to run, I believe, like you said. Would you be okay, Matt, if we would continue this and it would also stream on your channel?
I don't mind. I don't normally mix alcohol with streaming, so don't get too crazy. Because
I don't know what I said.
He's no fun at all.
No,
hey, Kornitzky, you said that we were afraid to answer a question.
No. That was at the TVX, and I wanted to show support for the
okay.
what I mean?
I was like, what question? Bring it on,
I
bro.
ain't afraid of nothing.
It's a TVX dumbbell, in the fucking comments, I bet you watched the fucking video, right, already, I bet, it's not like we one thing that it infuriates me. It's like people when they see truth, they do this la 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 la, not listening. Like it's yeah.
So what I'll probably do is I'll just mute and let you guys continue. In the event that I don't get back by the time that you guys, if you guys are still here when I get back, because I just have to do something with my son.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'm just going to tell my subscribers, thank you for tuning in. Make sure you guys, if you haven't already, you should be subscribed to Johnny Walker Dread and to Logical Checkmate. If you want to support this stream, you will notice that super chats are not enabled. I was monetized for like 4 days before I was demonetized. The kind of content that I do for you guys is never going to be monetizable. Like, unless I want to stop showing you raw footage of events, unless I want to stop, allowing cussing and stuff in my videos and all that. So if you like this kind of content, you like the raw, unprocessed version of the things that I show you, then unfortunately, if you want to show any financial backing for it, you're going to have to go to my website, v-radio.us, where you can support me on Patreon, Subscribestar, PayPal, and you can also join my various social media accounts so that you can actually definitely make sure that you're made aware when I put out new content. I also do podcasts like that separately, obviously, because you can't. There are things you do with podcasts you can't do with video, and vice versa. You could subscribe to those on Apple Podcasts, a bunch of different places. You can find all of that at my website, and so. Take care, you crazy guys. Maybe I'll be back before you're done. I just needed to get some things done here with my son. But regardless, and thank you guys for coming on, and thank you everybody for tuning in.
Take care. Hopefully we'll see you back.
Yep.
Just also to the audience and to you, Johnny. Would you guys be too opposed if you would take I don't know 4-minute break or something like that? I just need to
get another beer.
No breaks. This is Amazon. You don't get a break. You're fired if you want a break.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes, and I entertain our audience, like with sharing just a video and like that where it is. Yeah. God damn it. I do apologize. I'm having some technical.
All right, I'm going to give you some more ice.
Yeah. Go. Oh, got it.
We are now experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Yeah, got it. So, I believe you see that. Yes, cool. Okay, I'll just play you a short video, like fun video, Beer Nation about Czech Republic. It's from a dead channel, so I'm not worried about copywriting and stuff like that. Oh yeah, be right back. Not in me. True story. True story as well. True. I do.
Is that a beer commercial or is that a like?
That was I should not. That was official tourist. You know what I mean? Like from our Ministry of Tourism. Like,
That's amazing. I mean, I
Yeah.
think the law is in this country that you can't actually show somebody drinking beer in a beer ad.
Right.
I think something like that
Okay.
because
Give
like
me-
we're screwed up. We're just so messed up.
Yeah.
So what are you drinking tonight?
I have like yeah Oban whiskey and like from
What is it?
Oban.
Oh, Oban. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
Scotch.
So yeah, it's really fucking well, Scotch whiskey. You know, and it's literally like on the label Scotch whiskey. So yeah.
I gotta get me another bottle of that Cobalt. Hey man, dude, seriously, if you can find it, Lordy, that's good. It's oat whiskey. And yeah. I'm not drinking it tonight. I got this Jack Daniels crap. I mean,
Yeah,
like you know that I'm getting down to the bottom of my whiskey collection when I'm drinking this shit.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go slowly back on the topic. And by the way, hello, welcome back to Johnny Walker Dress and live stream and mine, Logical Checkmate. Neil unfortunately needed to go. Maybe he will be back, maybe not. So welcome all the nice people. Hey. So I kind of wanted to hint, like why I, as a Czech, like I'm so interested in the topic of Kyle Rittenhouse in the saga. Well, there are quite a few, reasons, and one of them is kind of academical because I'm interested in self-defense and stuff like that. So yeah, on that alone. The another one is that yeah, like the whole fucking circus around it is like simply fascinating. I'm sorry, like what, for example, Mr. Binger, what the media is doing and stuff like that. Like, I mean, wow. It's just wow. But like another thing is that what I alluded before is that people simply cannot agree on what happened, and it is simply because media lie about this, like constantly and absolutely. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not okay with having the most powerful nation in the world to be lied to and easily manipulated. And yeah, I can either sit on the sideline or try to do something about it. So yeah, I'm trying to uncover the truth. I hope that you will understand that our interests overlap. I don't want you to be lied to because yeah, then bad shit happens.
You know, and I think it's it's pretty powerful to have people from outside our little sphere of influence, like the Czech Republic, who can look at this from the outside in and can see a clear case of self-defense.
Right.
I mean, it's one thing to have people from the United States doing it, because you can always say, well, they're only pro Kyle because they're conservative or whatever. But you can't label, Paul with those terms. From the Czech Republic, he can take a much more unbiased look at this. And from his perspective, this is self-defense. I mean, come on. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I literally asked, by the way, the other faction didn't want to go on video, but I asked experts and like SWAT office, SWAT equivalent officers, like in Czech Republic, and they said, duh, like what the fuck, like it is self-defense, like nothing around it. And the only reason why it is not in your country is the absolute like bonkers division and the media manipulation and stuff like that. And this is, I view Kyle Rittenhouse saga as basically microcosm of quite a lot of things that are wrong, be it in media or in civil discourse or how we process information. So yeah.
Okay, now between me and you, of course, we're on a public chat here, but you did mention one time that there was one thing that would change your mind. Is this a time to bring that up, or do you want to maybe talk about it next time?
No, I'm fine with that. Too bad. And actually, I apologize to Neil now that he wasn't here and for that. Basically, right after the Kyle Rittenhouse, so you understand how my mind works is that when I come to a conclusion, and the conclusion was that Kyle Rittenhouse absolutely undeniably acted in self-defense, I still say, you can be wrong, you're just a human. And so I was trying to figure out, ways how he would be guilty. And I figured out one, which was plausible at the time. As of now, we know that it's basically impossible. That would happen, but at the time we didn't know. I mentioned it to Johnny Walker Dread, and by the way, just to kind of showcase, like let's say my morals or something like that, I could have had quite a lot of views if I would say, hey, there's a possible scenario where Kyle Rittenhouse could be guilty, but now I sit on it because it could have been it was way too easy to false testify on this, and I simply didn't want potential innocent man on my conscience, so I sit on this, so
okay,
here you go.
Let me translate that for everybody. We didn't trust Greener.
Fair enough. That's a fair statement. The scenario is that if Kyle Rittenhouse would, for example, take a lighter from Joseph Rosenbaum, and when Joseph Rosenbaum was setting fires and stuff like that, when he was distracted or something like that, and Kyle Rittenhouse would see an opportunity to nick his lighter. And in my mind is then if Joseph Rosenbaum is chasing around Kyle Rittenhouse, that is a person trying to retrieve his stolen property, basically. And if I may, what was your take when I revealed that scenario to you?
Yeah, and when I heard it, I thought if Kyle Rittenhouse had stolen something from JoJo, just like he was describing, I think I would change my mind as well, because then it would give a rational reason as to why JoJo was chasing him. He's not chasing Kyle to inflict harm on him. He wants his stuff back, and probably to knock the crap out of Kyle for stealing his stuff on the side.
Yeah.
But his main reason for chasing Kyle would have been to retrieve his property. At that point, yes, I think I would have changed. Would I have still thought that maybe there might be still a case for Kyle? Maybe, but that would have caused serious issues with my faith in Kyle.
Yes. By the way, I spoke with Ripley. I don't know if he is still here. We exchanged some text. He basically said something to a degree that he disagrees with me, saying that that Kyle would be guilty. I don't know if Kyle would be legally guilty. I couldn't say, Yeah, well, I mean, like, I suspect he would be. I'm sorry, that is way too easy to spin for both prosecutor and definitely the media. But my point, like, it would be that it would be basically moving really Kyle into the position of from basically a defend. I'm sorry, he was defending his city and stuff like that. I'm walking around putting on fires, precisely what we want people to do, and it would really push him into the role of a vigilante.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is. I would not necessarily view him as a bad person, but this might be a culture difference in like replay and stuff like that. We say you pay for your mistakes, and might that is like once you try to police community, you need to be prepared for that, and he simply was not prepared for that. Therefore, he made a mistake. Therefore, he needs to pay for the consequences. But as of now, we know that simply did not happen. So yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, you're right. You could have disclosed this earlier and gotten some hits.
Yeah.
You decided not to for obvious reasons. If Binger had gotten a hold of this, I would not have put it past Binger to go ahead and formulate some sort of narrative around this. And so I agreed with you that we would keep this under wraps.
Yeah.
But now it's too late. I mean, there's no way that Binger could concoct anything from this.
Absolutely.
And so there it is, everybody. I've told you about it before, that there was a reason why there was a plausible scenario where Kyle could have actually been in the wrong, and that was it. But now it looks like that's not even viable.
Yeah. And we basically both agreed that we will sit on this information. And like I like this. I get often accused that I'm biased in one way or the other, and I would like to know why. By the way, did I freeze on your screen? Yeah, I froze. Anyway, yeah, that I'm biased, but I am the only person who basically from either camp who came with the opposite plausible scenario of, let's say, of who came with a basically scenario that would be opposite of what he believes. And I'm sorry, I've never seen it in like from anyone else, like from any anti-Kyle. I didn't see any scenario where he, they would come with a scenario where he would be innocent. So that is telling about your, let's say, standards and biases and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, and I think it's really sad that, and I hate using the word sad because, frankly, people use that too much in these arguments, but I think it's rather telling. How about that? It's rather telling that the people who want Kyle convicted always conjure up these sort of imaginary scenarios for motives that they really can't prove, but they're absolutely convinced must be the what do you say, the smoking gun for the whole deal. Like, well, Jojo Rosenbaum was only there to try to, for example, to try to retrieve some property. Really? Well, based on what? That's the issue. They always concoct these sort of imaginary scenarios for which they have no basis for, and then they latch onto them. And that becomes their rationale for convicting a kid and putting him in jail for life. It's just insane. And I think people have forgotten. We're talking about an 18-year-old kid who could serve the rest of his life in prison, and you're treating this like a football game.
Yes.
There's a lot at stake here. I would suggest to the jury members that are maybe influenced by all of the rioting and stuff like that, the concern for, well, what's going to happen if I put a guilty verdict in? I mean, we may lose a store or two. I mean, they might burn part of the city down. How would you like to go to bed every night and think about that 18-year-old kid who's going to bed as well, but in a prison because of what you did? How would you like to live the rest of your life thinking like that? And I think that, I don't know what I would do. If I changed my verdict to try to just keep things quiet and peaceful. I don't want to see any riots. Enough people have been hurt. Maybe if we just give a guilty verdict here, no one more will get hurt. How would you like to live the rest of your life with the guilt, going to bed at night knowing what you did?
Yes. Absolutely. I do apologize, and like I have some technical difficulties with my camera. Again, the spammer. I would like to basically one of the things that where you can see that they don't perceive Kyle as a basically person is all those articles that now popped out about him yawing. That's the story that you go with him. You know what I mean? Like, so much was revealed, and media goes with that shit. Are you fucking kidding me? And what I mean by they don't view him as a human being is, like, this is where the rest of his life will be quite possibly, decided. And so it is quite reasonable to think that he is nervous and has problems with sleeping. And then when he's early in the morning, in the courthouse, he will be fucking yawing. Like, I mean, come on.
Who in here could really make a claim that he doesn't really care? I mean, if you're saying that he's yawning, you're making a claim that he doesn't care. Who believes that?
Yeah.
There's a more logical explanation. He didn't get any sleep the night before. Keep in mind, he's having to wake up probably at 6 a.m. He's 18 years old. I don't know about you, but when I was 18, getting up at 6 a.m., that was murder. And so, I can understand yawning. But here's the other thing I want to bring up. It has nothing to do with his guilt or innocence.
Yeah.
So why even discuss it?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
I think part of this is they want a guilty verdict to assuage their political persuasions, and this is how they justify it in their own mind. Well, he kind of did deserve it. Yeah, he might be going to jail for the rest of his life, but he did kind of deserve it because he yawned during the actual courtroom procedures. This is just rationalization, a way to sort of make your decision sound more, viable. It's ridiculous. Hey, he's innocent or guilty, and it should be based on what happened that night in Kenosha. Should have nothing to do with his behavior in court. By the way, I do think that Kyle should kind of put on a poker face a little more. He's kind of like, smiling and a little bit, I wouldn't say laughing, but kind of, I don't know what you would call it, kind of smiling, that kind of thing. He needs to be kind of careful about that.
Yeah, it comes with his young age. He goes with what he perceives and like around him, the kind of like a peer pressure thing.
But then again, you don't know how people handle stress. I mean, there's some people who, when they hear the death of a loved one, they laugh.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not because they think it's funny.
Yeah.
So got to be careful about that.
Absolutely. Guys, if you have, by the way, any questions, because we didn't take that many of you, the questions now. If you have any questions, we would love to answer some. Anyway, in your, at least since you are the legal expert of our group here, do you see that Kyle is getting convicted on purely legal basis?
Are you talking to me or are you asking them?
Yeah, to.
Okay, can you repeat the question? Sorry, I thought you were asking them a question.
Do you think there is any chance that Kyle is being convicted purely on legal reasons?
Yeah, I think there's a chance. Yeah. I mean, if I'm Kyle, I'm still nervous.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I put it like this: given everything the jury has seen so far, I'm putting myself there. I'm like, honestly, what I mean by that, for example, my trailer video, the satire of Tenet movie trailer, German girl helped me. She's immensely anti-gun, and I mean, like furiously, yeah. And I just, hey, take a look at the raw footage, you know what I mean? And I showed her my Twitter short video that is 2 minutes, where I show the Jojo Rosenbaum chasing Kyle, and then what happened after that. And she was like, holy shit, that is self-defense, undeniable. So if basically jury sees this, I simply cannot see how can they be like, oh yeah, that's not self-defense. I'm not talking now, let's say, on the lesser charges, obviously, like the gun position and stuff like that, but those bigger ones.
Well, here's my take on it. What are the chances that he gets a not guilty? Well, I would put it probably at about 40%, 50%. What are the chances of him getting guilty? 5%. What about a hung jury? The remainder. And the reason why I say that is, and I was going to do an actual Poisson statistical analysis of this based on comments in a typical YouTube video. What are the chances of 12 people selected at somewhat random from a population that's 50-50, Trump versus Biden, which is about the only thing I can do? Oh, yeah. What are the chances that all 12 will come up with a conviction based on what we've seen? Oh boy. I don't know how you're going to convince all 12 people to say, oh yeah, I think that the prosecution has provided plenty of evidence to show that he's guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Really? I think a hung jury is probably about, maybe the most likely outcome of this, which means another trial, which favors the defense a lot.
Yeah. So
an acquittal, probably about 30%. Keep in mind something though, and people always forget this. George Zimmerman was a shoe-in for a guilty verdict. Everybody thought that the jury's going to come back with a guilty verdict. I followed the trial a little bit, and I realized that the prosecution didn't have much at all. And guess what? All 9, they only have 9 in Florida, all 9, including I think 2 black people, came back not guilty.
Right.
Now, you go to Kenosha, this is a weaker case. And you're going to convince all 12 people to go guilty? Mm-hmm. I don't see it. I just don't see it. Now, if you really want to get to the real nuts and bolts, make people put money on it. Oh, you think it's a guilty verdict? Okay. You're going to put up $1,000 on it? Well, okay. Yeah. In other words, you're saying it, but you're not willing to put the money where your mouth is. If people were forced to mortgage their homes based on the outcome, what would they be saying? And I have a feeling that even the hard leftists would say, okay, it's not guilty. He's walking. They're already forming their excuses. You go on to Twitter and they're already formulating the judge is racist. They're bringing up all of the excuses. They're preparing for an acquittal here. And so that's another reason why I think that at most you're going to get a hung jury.
Yeah. Give me a second. I just wanna. If we have some newcomers, for example, on Neil's channels, on V Radio channel, he is currently not here, but he gave us the permission to continue this stream.
I'll answer your question in a moment, Brown Green.
Yeah. So, yeah, I actually wanted to transition to that question, and that is if we have some visually impaired people, Mr. Brown Green is asking, do you think Kyle might win on self-defense but be convicted on recklessly endangering McGinnis? Like this. If we take purely a reason, we take the law out of it. What was happening was that, for those of you who do not know, when Kyle Rittenhouse was running away from Jojo Rosenbaum, Mr. McGinnis, who was a reporter, was trying to film the whole ordeal. and was in. Basically, they created a line. Kyle's rifle, Jojo Rosenborn, and Mr. McGinnis. They were kind of in line. And it is Mr. McGinnis believes that one of the rounds went just near him when Kyle fired it. And my reasoning there is that even if Kyle would be aware of Mr. McGinnis being there, and I just saying, I mentioned on one of our previous chats that I believe that Kyle was in a situation, in a state of mind called flight or flight, which is absolutely insane. You simply are a passenger, but yeah, I'll skip over that now. But let's say he would be aware of that. I'm telling you, there was no chance he would know that is the reporter that was following him throughout the night, because it was dark and stuff like that. He just seen another figure running after him. He could have very much reasonably perceived him as another attacker, therefore not basically holding back firing with him as a backstop, if you get me. So yeah, it would be still a reasonable self-defense in my mind, because he could view Mr. McGinnis as simply another attacker.
Okay, so there's a couple of facets to this. One is a false view of the law in Wisconsin that self-defense covers like homicide but not reckless endangerment. False. And if you go in and look at the statutes, the affirmative defense of self-defense applies to reckless endangerment just as much as anything else. Mm-hmm. You're right. I would also mention that McGinnis placed himself in that position as a reporter.
Absolutely.
He purposely ran into harm's way to try to capture a story. I don't blame him for that. He's a reporter. He's supposed to do that. However, you can't blame Kyle for that. The only way I see that Kyle gets acquitted of a murder charge, but convicted of the reckless, is if the jury just kind of wants to throw the prosecution a bone. Like, we can't let the guy go off for good. I mean, yeah, he didn't belong there. He crossed state lines. He was carrying one of those scary AR-15 rifles. If they kind of take on that kind of viewpoint, they might be willing to throw Kyle under the bus on this lesser charge to just kind of make it look good. And juries have done that. I mean, it's not exactly unheard of. I could see them not wanting Kyle to get away with it completely. So let's just say guilty on this one thing. He might get probation. Reckless endangerment for an 18-year-old with no priors, that's probation. And if I'm the lawyer for Kyle, I tell him this is what probation was meant for. Nobody here thinks that he fired at Richie McGinnis on purpose. It was youthfulness or whatever. This is what probation's meant for. So yes, he could be convicted of reckless endangerment. The penalty would be probably not much at all, but it'd be a felony, and that carries with it an inability to get a job as a nurse, maybe an inability to get a lot of jobs. He couldn't be a police officer. So I'm not wanting to whitewash it. It's still a little bit serious, but I cannot see him serving any serious time. It's the same thing with the straw purchase and the feds. If the feds, and by the way, we haven't talked about this, but the end of this trial is not the end for Kyle.
Absolutely.
Because the feds are going to come in with Biden and say, well, we want to nail him for conspiracy behind a straw purchase deal. He can't be tried for straw purchase in Wisconsin. Not a crime in Wisconsin. Not for what he did. But the feds can nail him. And the actual evidence against him on the federal level for the straw purchase is better than what Binger's got. And they actually have competent prosecutors. So there's a much better chance of him being convicted. However, as I detailed in one of my videos, it's not likely that much would happen to him. This is, again, a perfect example of why we created probation in the first place. Youthful offender with no priors, no examples of any kind of ill intent towards anyone. he's completed or he's actually enrolled in junior college, that's all going to play in his favor.
Yeah, I would ask to audience and also sending it in the chat. Please type your questions in all caps. It makes it easier than for me to find. We have here from Francis Elliott. What role do you guys think gender plays in a role in a jury? Women and men perceive danger differently.
Oh, dude, if I'm Kyle, I don't want any women on that damn jury. And I'm sorry, I don't want to make this sound like I'm sexist, but for some reason, it just seems that whenever I engage with the anti-Kyles, with people who have really figured out that Kyle is totally guilty, especially because of the gun, they seem to be female. I don't know why. And I have the utmost respect for women. I don't think that there's a something about this that's beyond what I'm saying. But man, I just have this image of a 35-year-old female who's convinced that Kyle is a murderous thug because he carried one of those AR-15 rifles and he crossed state lines. I mean, I know, and okay, I can catch all the flack you want to give me, but what do you guys think?
Actually, can answer that. It is because I don't know why, but for some reason, women are usually more opposed to weapons, and I think it is because they,
I think so too.
Yeah, they and which is. They throughout the history of our entire species, that they granted, they got protection from the community, the whole, the society. You know what I mean? They cannot. I'm sorry, if we have some ultra feminists in the audience, which I highly doubt, but woman physically is weaker than a man. It is a fact, and you require. And you guys developed in such a way that you need a protection from a society, and I think to a degree there is a this thing plays a role where they see something that can kill you in a fucking instant, basically, that you don't have any protection from a society, and you have a certain bias in this way, and sadly, I encounter this a lot because I am talking. I work quite often in Germany, and I quite often speak to women and stuff like that. And in Germany, they are very anti-gun, and it takes a while before I convince them. Yeah, you as a woman, you should want to be pro-gun. Just saying, because you have the most to benefit, and when you have a weapon, and the most to lose when you cannot have it. And it takes usually a personal experiences where you need to, in their mind, to basically to put them in a violent situation. Until then, they cannot simply see past that. I don't know why, and I apologize if it makes me sound like a sexist, but this is purely my experience.
Well, keep in mind, though, I mean, the whole point about jury selection forces us to be kind of stereotypical. I mean, it's unfortunate. I would love to get to know every one of the juror members a lot. I mean, to find out if they're really meant for to be on the jury. But when you only can ask a few questions, you have to kind of become stereotypical, and you have to play the statistics. And in my view, females tend to be more anti-gun than males. Now, and I would suggest to you that I can support that with statistics. Therefore, I would be really concerned about trying to convince a female juror that carrying around an AR-15 rifle is perfectly normal.
Yes.
And so again, are women just as good engineers? Absolutely. That's not the issue. The issue is attitudes. And I'm really concerned about female jurors in their attitudes against guns. And, and I'm a member of the NRA, and I'm telling you, we put a lot of effort into bringing women into the NRA because we want them to to take advantage of their Second Amendment rights and protect themselves, but it's a harder sell. I mean, let's face it, the vast majority of the NRA is still male. Why? Men seem to be more comfortable around weapons than women. I don't know why, but that's the way it is. And so if your neck is on the line and you're facing life in prison, that's not time to be politically correct.
Absolutely. If I may, like before we get to this question, next question, I forgot to make a point. For whoever says this case is not political, I would like to ask you, why is the defense trying to pick basically jurors, I believe, from the western part of Kenosha, which is predominantly Republican, and why is the prosecution trying to pick jurors mostly from eastern part of Kenosha, which is predominantly liberal / Democrat? Like I always say, if you want to know what works and what doesn't work, go to the military, or, well, in this case, to prosecution, because they are literally they either succeed or they fail. And they are picking based on political beliefs for some reason. So again, if you think this case is not political, explain that.
By the way, the directed verdict thing, I'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah. So I don't know if you have some comment, like I just like it was a point, like I wanted to make.
The fact that this is political, I think, is beyond question at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So what about the direct verdict?
Directed verdict. I don't think that a trial judge can order a directed verdict in Wisconsin. I mean, they can do it in a lot of states. I mean, and by the way, the people who are not familiar with it, a directed verdict is basically the judge saying, you are to go in and give a not guilty, and if you don't, it's contempt of court. So the jury goes in there and says not guilty. They come back. We all talked about it at length. We decided not guilty. Okay, and we've seen that before, and we've actually seen judges who have been given verdicts of guilt and turned it over, said not guilty. That happened in Massachusetts with the whole British nanny murder case, where the jury came back with a guilty, and the judge said no, not guilty. Now, obviously, you can't go the other way. A directed verdict can never be towards the guilt. So a judge can never tell a jury to come back with a guilty verdict for obvious reasons. In some states, however, a judge can direct a jury to come back with a not guilty. But all I have seen so far, and I actually investigated this, is that an appeals court can do it, but I have not seen any evidence that a trial judge can do it.
Right.
And the only cases I've seen are with with a guilt by insanity thing.
Okay.
So a person's insane, even though the jury has come back with a guilty verdict, he's clearly nuts. I'm going to come back with not guilty. That has happened.
Okay.
But I don't think I don't think a directed verdict here is really much in the cards.
Fair enough. I would like just to point out I had no idea what that was about. That's why I don't speak about it, because unlike some haters would let you believe that on my channel, for example, who constantly say that I am a European and I do not understand American law, I don't talk about American law, almost never. The only exception is when I mentioned the Wisconsin law, which says that when you run away, you establish the right for self-defense.
Well, that's too bad, because you know more about our law than Americans do.
Okay, we have here a question from Bernsky directly to you. Does JWD think the anti-chaos accept the verdict or claim racism when he's acquitted?
No, what do you think?
That. Yeah.
What do you think?
They're
going to cry like little bitches. To be fair, our side would do the same. But no, there's going to be cries of the fact that Judge Bruce Schroeder is a Nazi who sided with Kyle from the very outset. We're going to hear it. I'm sorry. Yeah. We're just going to.
That was already like what I found incredibly stupid. I've seen on Twitter. There was some black defendant that to whom Judge Schroeder refused to lower his bond, and they compared it to Kyle where he refused to increase his bond, and I'm like, those are two different things, right? Like literally, you know what I mean? One is like decreasing or dismissing bond, and the other one is increasing. To be fair, the defendant they spoke about, that was, he was in jail for 2 years, which I'm sorry, I find like it's horrendous. Like if you spent 2 years incarcerated without a trial, there's a problem in my opinion, yeah. But anyway, they were literally comparing apples to oranges, and I was like, oh fuck me. So
well, we could compare apples to apples. I mean, let's face it, we have 4 people right now facing murder charges in Kenosha County. All right. We have Kyle Rittenhouse, Crystal Kaiser, some dude who shot up a tavern downtown, and I forget his name, Madrano, who stabbed his parents to death because he wanted to rape his cousin or something like that.
Yeah.
So we have 4 active ones running. All 4 have been offered bail.
Right.
Okay. Crystal Kaiser's is the lowest of the bunch at $750,000, even though the prosecutor's claiming she planned the murder and she tried to burn the house down with the guy inside when she didn't even know if he was still alive or not. So Kyle had a $2 million bail. Let's put this to rest. Kyle's bail was not absurdly low at all. And in fact, it's probably about what most people would say was the right bail amount. I thought it was too high, but it's certainly not too low.
Yeah. If I may hear in like a gentry, I'm not sure if that's directly to us or same. I was raised in Kentucky and people openly carrying are far less threatening than the guns you can see in the situation, and a gun was absolutely appropriate. Yes, I absolutely agree with that. We discussed that before, because people were simply getting hurt all around. It was a dangerous situation, obviously to fucking carry. And I often heard the question, what medic does carry a weapon? And I say, what medic does not when you are in a not peaceful situation? Because by definition, Kenosha was not peace. It was not war, but it was not peace. You know what I mean? It was.
I had a dumb argument, by the way, on this very topic.
Yeah, and every military, in every military, medics carry weapons. I'm sorry, this is simply how it is. And the reason, by the way, that is, and I put forward this. There was a time where Kyle was taking into his care of a member of Antifa. Quite possibly, there was a girl. I hate where I need to mention race, but whatever. There was a white girl, clothed all in black with black bandana just under her neck. I'm sorry, in my mind, it screams Antifa right then and there. That's their typical attire, typical demographic, who precisely that is. She was shot in the foot, by a rubber bullet, and Kyle, without thinking, took her into his care. We have it on video. And the reason why to carry a firearm in that scenario is how do protesters, rioters, whoever get injured, most likely? By other protesters / contra protesters, sometimes by police. You know what I mean? So what I put forward to is that if this Antifa member, he would be taking care of her, and let's say there would be also Proud Boys, for example, and contra protesting / rioting, and they would be like, hey, there's that Antifa chick that we messed up. We can finish her off. Now he can stand between her and them with a 30-round magazine and say, nope, you go no further. That's why you carry a rifle as a medic into a dangerous zone.
Yeah. By the way, can I read one of the chat things here? Gloria B says, I am a USAF female veteran. Thank you for your service. my father taught me how to hunt and shoot. I'm fairly small, but I am pro-gun. Excellent. And she says that she's an NRA member and both have CC permits. And I want to emphasize here that if you're in the jury selection deal, you have to play the percentages. And while I would love to have you on my jury, if I'm going up and I have a legitimate case of self-defense, I'm talking about like overall percentage-wise. If I see an all-female jury, knowing how typically they feel about guns, I would worry about it. So yeah, I mean, I fully get it. I would love to have the ability to get to know every one of my jurors so that I know that, you know, their true feelings. But when you can't, you have to go by the percentages. And I'm sorry, it makes me sound sexist. I'm not. But you just have to play when your neck is on the line and when you're facing 60 years. Again, this is not a time to be politically correct. You could end up getting killed in jail over this. This is the time to be realistic.
Yeah, I would like to compare it. Would you, when you, for example, bet $1,000, you want the best odds imaginable? Well, Kyle is betting everything.
Yeah, so, absolutely.
Yeah, so we have, I would just like to hear comment on Tyler Lalonde. I watch active self-protection. I don't see many women using guns in self-defense. I would like to disagree with you there. You know, like unless they are a Brazilian off-duty cop. You know, like that's a big exception. If anyone is watching, you know, like as well, active self-protection, you know, channel on YouTube, it's a brilliant source for self-defense material, so you can educate yourself. That's a kind of a running joke there.
Yeah, active self-protection, by the way, if you want to see, there's another channel called Good Luck America by Rick Gore, and they go at it. Rick has no respect for active self-protection, but whatever the case. But I would also suggest everybody to check out Rick Gore's Good Luck America channel. Keep in mind, he can be real caustic at times, and a lot of the stuff I disagree with, especially his sort of anti-female stances. He really doesn't have respect for female officers. I think that's unfortunate. But he does have really good takes on the Kyle Rittenhouse case. He does a analysis of each of the witnesses and about what they're responding with and how the defense should respond. And he's really good. So check him out. Just keep in mind that politically, I'm not too much on board with a lot of the stuff he says.
Yeah. We have here, you know, like from Tyler Lalonde, and this was quite often by anti-Cows. Why? Yeah, like I'm not saying that you're saying that, that he just mentions that concealed carry is still a better tactical option, which, you know, like I for the most part agree for the most part. Disagree with that, because you want a deterrent. You are not there to start troubles, you are there to deter troubles. And who will deter troubles? More likely an armed person. Kyle was incredibly, you know, like unlucky that he stumbled upon Jojo Rosenbaum, who was fucking lunatic.
Okay, if you are walking around doing your own thing, wanting to be left alone, concealed carry is better. If you're defending property, open carry is better. It's a deterrent. Even Binger admitted it. You know, he's trying to intimidate people. Good. I'm glad he's trying to intimidate people. Intimidating people means they're not going to attack you. They're not going to attack the property. That was the whole purpose of carrying the rifle out in the open.
Yeah.
The worst thing that he could have done was pulled a gun out of a coat and shot Rosenbaum. You think that these people, the anti-Kyles, would be giving him any credit for that? Really?
Yeah.
No. They would be saying what? Oh, how sneaky he was. Why didn't he let Joseph Rosenbaum know he was armed?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have here, you know, just a clarification. He meant for casual carrying. Yeah, I agree with that. You know. I just, one thing I forgot with Neil. By the way, if you are new to basically me, kind of forgetful, it happens. Sorry. I just wanted to say who won a very guilty party. And that is, you know, like undeniable in my mind, and that is simply the hospital that released Jojo Rosenbaum and apparently literally ferried him into a city on fire. Like, I'm sorry, what in the actual fuck is that like you have a bipolar person, and you're by the way, they asked his fiance what medication like worked in the past. Yeah, sure, okay, yeah, she's an expert, right? You know what I mean? And maybe it worked, and he like in the past, and he built a resistance. You know what I mean to it. And you release this person, you literally drive him back into city on fire, like. And you don't, for example, notify cops and stuff like that. Guys, you should maybe, I don't know, look this person up. I know you have some charges or something. Or keep him just for a night or two extra. Like, what were you thinking? What the fuck?
Well, I mean, look, I think you're talking about a person whose judgment is a little off. For example, I was going to put together a video on this lady, and I forget her name, introducing Joseph Rosenbaum to her dad. And like, the dad would say, well, where have you been? Oh, I've been incarcerated. Really? Well, yeah, for raping kids. And how you doing now? Well, I don't have a job. I'm living in a tent. By the way, I'm bipolar. I'm dating your daughter. You got the feeling that she doesn't have really good judgment about people. By the way, she did not know about his past with the law enforcement in Arizona. But at some point, you have to realize or recognize that there's somebody's nuts, and he is absolutely a lunatic.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this goes back to the I can fix him deal, right? Yeah, he might have had some past problems, but I can fix him. No, he can't. He's an absolute raving lunatic. He was a ticking time bomb. He attacked you. I mean, he attacked her earlier. That's why he was in the mental hospital. And so, yeah, I mean, she doesn't have a whole lot of good judgment about her, which is kind of odd because she seems like a really nice, well-balanced person when you talk to her, when they're actually asking her. She seems reasonable. But how could you fall in with this dude? Well, it's the way people are, I guess, But I cannot think of a worse companion than an ex-pedo with no job, who's a bipolar domestic violence abuser. Can somebody explain to me something worse than that?
I know we have a Kyle Rittenhouse thing. I presume like a lot of our current viewers are pro-gun or against gun, whatever. You probably have strong positions. I would like to, for those of you who do not know, I'm from Czech Republic, and I would like to basically just say that even we don't really have anti-gun people that much. They are a very small minority. You will have people who don't want to possess a weapon themselves, which is completely fine, but they don't want to take this right away from others. / also from themselves if they would in the future change their mind, which is, in my opinion, in stark contrast to the United States, where you have people who don't want firearms and they want that no one else has firearms.
Yeah, people often think about the Czech Republic. Well, it's a European country. They must really hate firearms. The Czech Republic is actually a little bit of a anomaly in this regard.
There are a few more. For example, Switzerland, they have actually mandatory firearms.
Yeah, until you read the fine print. No, if I'm moving to Europe, it's the Czech Republic. That's fucking huge.
Appreciate it. By the way, for those of you who are interested what weapons are legal, we perceive a small. There's some. I'm not sure now what's the muzzle energy. You know what I mean? The small line what is classified as where you need the license to carry. But let's say we view 22 millimeter revolver. Across 1911 to AK-47. Well, we prefer VZ-58 because they are Czech Republic. That is all the same category up until 20 millimeter cannons. That is all the same deal. That we view it as the same category of a weapon. Just saying.
I'll get my ticket tomorrow. Hey, you know what thing we have not talked about much? That's the judge.
Yes, definitely. You should
Judge Schroeder. What does everybody think of him?
Yeah, If you have, by the way, I would like to know from our audience, what are your impressions of Judge Schroeder so far? Mine are that he loves his job and he perceives the court to be sacred.
Yeah, exactly. I think somebody said he was the longest sitting judge in Wisconsin.
I heard that as well.
Well, I mean,
verify
he was a prosecutor in 75. Oh my God. How old is this guy?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
yeah, and keep in mind, and I have a video on this. He ran up against Binger before. This is not the first time that he's grappled with Thomas Clare Binger. And he had a deal with the Guy Smith trial where Binger really went, he was out of line. And in my video, I went over that and carefully. I said that Judge Schroeder can't possibly be happy with Thomas Clare Binger, and I think I'm seeing it here. He has a serious distaste for this prosecutor. He let's face it, Binger is a slime ball. I think a lot of people who are anti-Kyle admit that. He's a slime ball, and Judge Schroeder knows it.
Yeah.
So anybody who's not familiar with the Guy Smith trial, go check out my video on it. But at any rate, I can summarize it. Guy Smith is a truck-driving, hard-working dude who put a gun in his semi-tractor trailer because he's wanting to defend himself. And Binger tried to put him in jail for it. And even after Guy Smith's lawyers showed Binger the law that says that he could have a gun in that tractor trailer, Binger kept him pressured on. And finally, Binger had to drop the charges against Guy Smith, but he didn't inform anybody, including Schroeder, until the day of the trial. And if I'm the judge, I would be livid. My entire court docket could have been cleared if you had told me. So I think at that point is when Judge Schroeder really realized, oh man, this guy's a real jackass. And you can sense it in these trials. Schroeder is just fed up with Binger.
Absolutely. Before we continue, I have a few things I'd like to say on Schroeder, but we just crossed the 4 hour,
oh yeah, we did. Wow.
So I first of all, I would like to thank all 39 of you who sticked around. I take it definitely as a great compliment, and thank you for that. But we're gonna have to eventually end. So if you have some questions and stuff like that for the questions, please feel free to write them now, because we're gonna be ending soon. With the judge, I mean, he seems like that, basically nice uncle, every family has, but simply strict in the rules and that he has. For example, when you were visiting, you know what I mean? No, I don't know, no shoes past, the hallway or something like that, and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Simply rules are rules and laws are laws, and he gets it over there.
Yeah, he hasn't given the defense everything. He still hasn't ruled on the gun charge.
Yeah.
And so I can't say that he's just given the defense all it wants.
Gosh.
But he does seem to back up his word with the law quite a bit.
Right.
His dealings with the the victims versus looters and stuff could have been handled a little bit better, in my opinion. Yeah. I think he could have, let's face it, man, media would have ran with this no matter what.
Yes.
But I think he could have explained that a little bit better. In one of my videos, I explained exactly why calling the people that Kyle shot as victims is untoward, but it's okay to call them looters and stuff. And it comes down to this. We provide, as an analogy, we provide the defense free counsel, right?
Yeah.
If they can't afford it, we provide them a free lawyer. We don't do that for witnesses. Why?
Yeah.
Well, because the accused is in a different position. than the witness.
Absolutely. Not to mention, like, you need to respect presumption of innocence and all the other things. And I just hate, like, this shows how this is as Neil from V-Radio, like the V-Radio says constantly, witch hunt, because they completely abandoned, even the pretenses of that. Like, it is so obvious, I'm sorry, why they are not called victims in the trial. Yeah. And well, as you said, he could have done it better. I think he simply doesn't play political games, you know what I mean, politically correct and stuff like that. He simply, like, says as he sees it, you know what I mean. And by the way, I also like hate the demonization of the judge, because he played the Jeopardy, like, with the jury. And why does he do that? He knows the jury is under immense stress, because this is immensely public an important case, and so he's trying to take their, you know what I mean, like, basically put them at ease of mind, you know what I mean, and try to make it easier for them to hey guys, it's okay, just sit here, listen to the evidence, and tell us, like, come to conclusions that you will come to the conclusions and stuff like that. Fuck the other stuff, like, from outside. That's my perception, and just, like, how they can demonize that, I hate that.
Well, I think he does kind of worry about a little bit about how his message is getting out there. And for the most part, he's been pretty careful about explaining why he's deciding the way he's doing. I don't think he did a good job on the victims versus looters thing, though. But you know what? Hey, nobody's perfect. But if I would have counseled him, I would have said, look, I think you need to, reinforce the idea that, yeah, there's a double standard in here. The double standard exists in our American justice system for a reason. But the whole idea of guilt, innocent until proven guilty is a double standard. I mean, it's slanted towards the defendant, but that's okay. That's the way we want it. But he didn't do a really good job on that. But overall, Kyle can't be unhappy about the choice of the judge.
Yes, absolutely. Guys, but we are at 4 hours, well over 4 hours. I think we're gonna call it a day today. So I would like to thank each and every one of you that watched and will be watching later on. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Have a good one. I would like to tell you to subscribe to V-Radio, to Johnny Walker Red, and also to me, the Logical Checkmate. So until the next time, cheerio.
Take care, everybody.